Okie dokie. Haha. Ah. Let me adjust this slightly. Hello. Welcome to the stream. Sonic, I see you watching. Hello. How is everybody? Uh-huh. Invite. And... Hi, Jets. Right. I think everything's working. So, I say we do one quick play warm-up.
Overlap scared me.
I suggest we do one quick play warm-up and then straight into comp.
Yeah, sounds good.
Cool. Because I need a warm-up.
Well, sounds like... Yeah, I mean, I probably do.
Pathetic.
I haven't played this game in, like, 6 months.
Yeah.
Didn't we just play some of the event? Not that
The
long
event
ago.
doesn't... The event doesn't
The
count.
event counts. The event counts.
Of course, Jets. Always in the brig shirt. My face is not as bright as I thought it would be. Hold on.
Give Cos Jets... What? These subtitles are hilarious.
Yeah. I do need to overhaul my subtitles because I can improve them. I just need to put in the time to do that.
Ah, fair enough.
I'm guessing there's no chance we can take care of this quiet.
It would also help if I talked slower, but I'm not going to do that for stream.
Nah.
Attackers incoming in 30 seconds.
Okay.
That's what you
This is
play.
a good map to start on.
Five, four, three, two, one. Attackers incoming. Touch from afar.
Oh boy.
Stop the payload.
Oh no! I wasn't expecting the soldier right click.
Wow, this country sucks.
We must all make sacrifices in the name of science.
Oops. That's not where I'm supposed to go.
This will heal you. Go to a glutton.
No, no! That ended badly for me.
Perhaps a new methodology is required.
Oh no. I think we got this.
This will restore you.
Just people using soldier.
Yeah.
I cast this force.
Uh-oh. 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 I have no escape. Okay. I'm safe.
Get into position.
Our Roadhog got wrecked. I mostly blame their Genji and their soldier.
Oh, I tip with a yak.
Oh, right after I ulted. Mistakes.
The payload has reached the chip.
I'm not
Yeah.
dead yet.
I might need this later.
I'm glad we did a warm-up first. I feel useless. Nice.
See you later.
Your strength ebbs.
you can destroy his bloody invulnerability shit.
Yes. Please keep this in mind when playing competitive. Actually, I don't know if he's unlocked in comp yet.
I'm restoring you.
This is Overwatch.
So probably. Yeah, Brigitte was the only one where we had to wait an entire 2 months before she showed up in comp. I'm still salty about that, by the way.
I know.
Help.
We must all make sacrifices in the name of
Yeah, you got a
Bad
kill.
games that trying to punch me.
Death for a death.
Helden sterben nicht.
Yes.
5 deaths.
I cast this form.
I might need these.
Wait, kills.
Okay, I will take it. Who else can I get?
I was trying to get the hog, but he ran away.
No, the hog died. The hog died very badly.
Yeah, I was trying to get him so I could heal him. I missed.
This is my will.
Uh-oh. Soldier. No. Ow. Felt that. And Widow tries to get me too.
My condition is included. Surrender to my will.
There we go.
Will heal you.
How much health does the invulnerability field have?
I don't know. I want to say maybe
There's
200 or
someone
something?
left.
Yeah, it's Dash.
Be right back. See you later.
200 and something, possibly.
My will made real. All through his luggage.
Haven't done cards left.
Curious. Focus the Hammond. He's. Oh, no, hang on. I thought he was going this way.
didn't see me.
Never mind.
Ricampola.
They swapped out their supports.
This will heal you. Help me. Your body decays.
Ugh. This feels like comp. Nice. Oh no. Okay. Yes, I would heal you if you step to the ledge. Step to the ledge.
Sorry, there was a Hammond there that I couldn't really ignore.
Hi Silash, how's it going? Oh, you know what? My overlay isn't, I'm missing... Which one am I missing? I'm missing... What was it called? Social links. Yes, that one. Oh god.
The Hammond up here.
Ahorita regreso.
They're still not loading. Social
Oops,
links,
wrong
why do you
button.
do this?
That
There we
changes
go.
my thinking.
Oh, they have a tracer now.
I have no music, Silash.
Damn it.
Yeah, we're doing alright. For a warm-up, not bad. Weird.
Goddamn Tracer. Being smart to come after me after baiting.
Surrender to my will.
This Widow is very demanding.
My will.
Oh jeez, I meant to throw a heal at you, I'm sorry.
That's much better.
Fair enough, Furious.
Lol.
Oh, there we go, my overlay's working now. Problem solved! Oh, actually, I'm also missing this overlay. There we go. I am prepared, it's fine.
I cast this force.
I was wondering where your buddy almost.
Your power is mine.
Should have said something.
Our
He's not just trying to flank us.
beckons.
Yeah, not doing a good job at it.
That she isn't.
I have a Hammond on me.
I'm under attack. My will be real.
Don't touch me.
Slowly they realize that
I'm using their Moira as ult charge and it's working really well. And then she ulted at me. That's very rude.
I have 6 health. Oh my god.
She got hacked. Nice.
surrender to my will.
As long as I can keep Roadhog alive, we're fine.
The power of destruction.
Oh my.
Oh no. I can't heal through that.
Nanoboost administered.
No.
Get into position.
My frame rate is all over the place. I don't like this. What is using all my CPU? Ah, Tracer got me. What is using all my CPU? It's literally just Overwatch.
Perhaps a new methodology
The
is
payload
required.
has reached the checkpoint.
Shohei Mahal.
We almost had that too.
Jesus Christ.
The sin
This will
middle
heal
thing.
you.
Jesus Christ, Widow, I was gonna get her.
My will made real.
Oh no, I can't keep Roadhog alive.
Surrender.
Not like this.
This will restore you.
Nice. Brutal, but nice.
The tracer around the back.
Of course there is.
And Silash, how are you doing? How's your
60 seconds.
Wednesday night?
Bearing the damage. I'm under attack. Your body decays. Allow me to repair the damage.
We did it!
Much obliged.
Who did I trap? Oh, the Dazed.
Home is good.
Seconds remaining.
Condition. Hail the Mahal!
All of this is brutal, and I wish I could save you there, Curious.
I'm unfaithful most of the time, it's fine.
Surrender to my will.
Who's behind? Oh, no, I have to run away. He's real low.
Predictable.
They will not make this. Haha!
Victory.
Now, I need to slightly adjust my webcam, because even with my lighting, it's not enough.
Play of the game.
What the fuck did I do?
I feel that's too bright, but fine. Let's keep it. Well, I slept in, and now I'm playing Overwatch, so I'm enjoying my day off. Overwatch with friends is always the best thing to do on your day off. Okay, that lighting is even worse. I regret it. Immediately. Also, my transition is the wrong one. I guess automatic exposure is what I need to do. I just need to adjust the... I don't like any of these settings. They're all bad. Alright, let's just go to defaults. Nope. Okay. That one, I guess. Right then, I'm opening a loot box and then we're playing some comp. Okay, I now have every blue and white in the game. Again. You guys ready?
Mm-hmm. Which was the last comp season I played? Oh, okay. Apparently season 14. Apparently I haven't been away that long.
Oh, because the transition no longer existed, it deleted it. But not all the others. Hmm. Okay, so from here to here. Yeah, my motion transition is gone. No. I am disappointed in every...
Things seem to be going well then.
Yeah. I think that should work. It's close enough. Yeah, let's keep it. I'll fix it all later. And this is where we I think I had it at 40. Yeah. This is where we just wait.
Yep, the usual.
I'm gonna close some things in the background in the meantime. Like Origin, which I don't need right now. Just in case, you know? Okay, here we go.
Traveling to Nepal.
Ooh.
Prepare for battle. Select your hero.
So did everyone else just lag out?
Yep.
Ah, there we go.
Yeah, it took a bit. Apparently we're all going support. I see how it is.
No. Does Reaper count? Because he heals with damage.
Together, we are
I
strong.
suppose.
Stick together. We will complete our mission.
Roadhog, what the fuck?
You don't like him staring at you?
3, 2,
I don't like him touching my sticker with his sticker.
capture.
Yeah.
It's just insanitary.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't think about what I was saying until I was already saying
Get
it.
in there. Barrier activated.
And I'm getting high CPU usage again from the game. That's very rude. No.
The objective is now
Barrier zone.
We need to do something about him. Yep, there you go. That works. Get the diva. There we go. I will lower my in-game settings once we're no longer in the middle of a fight. Okay. Don't let them kill me. Should help. I need a more powerful computer. That's what that means.
I kind of want to bait Lucio's ult before I use my murder spray.
Haha! Full charge.
You probably won't even have it yet.
He probably will, honestly.
Where did he go? He died so fast. I built it in 2015.
Go for it on that again. He's straight on me.
You didn't do very well.
Thank you so much.
I feel like I'm in pain, but I'm not dying, which is nice. I know Silash, but Overwatch is using most of it on its own. Most of the CPU, that is. Come on, he needs to die.
Everyone follow me. You're covered.
Moira or Lucio are probably gonna try and make a rush in.
Огонь по готовности.
Nice. Oh! Guido, that shot!
Oh jeez.
She hella threaded that one.
Oh yeah.
Cease your resistance.
We did it.
And their Widow just threaded a shot through pretty much our entire team and took my head off.
1-0.
Well, when you need to get the healer, you go for the healer.
Hey, it was a good shot. I'm not gonna argue. And of course I'm being out-healed by a goddamn Lucio.
I have 123 healing. Noise.
My average energy is 74%.
Very nice.
It was a good game.
That guy's got 88% hook accuracy. Holy crap.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 2. Capture the objective.
Where's Lucio going?
Yeah, Lucio, let's go.
Get in there. Don't hold back.
A Roadhog just destroyed them.
I'll take the objective.
Barriers on you.
I think they've learned not to shoot the bubble. They realized it was a bad idea, so they're no longer shooting my bubble.
Covered.
They're still not shooting my bubble.
Please help! 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 Please help!
Get in there.
Thank you, Lucio.
Oh. Oh.
Bubble, holy damn it!
Yeah, well, Jets, I don't play comp much in general, so that'd be why, but I didn't want to play Diva, and I've had a fair bit of practice with Zarya recently, because I want to play her in comp more, so here we are.
I don't even have my ult yet. I only just got it now. What the fuck?
Yeah, we're doing very badly this round.
That's all you've got.
I'm only playing Reaper because of my Reaper Cup.
Nice.
There we go.
Mess with one from the back.
Helden sterben nicht.
Haha! Get the mercy! Get the mercy! No!
Oh shit! Have a hug on me.
Get in there.
No, I couldn't save you. I tried.
Nah, it's alright. I knew I was gonna die.
No!
Not a great choice though.
No! Right as our Lucio was ulting, I died. Ah!
Clara killing us.
We haven't even capped it back. No!
I am not a good loser.
Come on! You can do it! I believe!
They have an Ana. That's. She's in the inside.
Oh,
Oh, bye, Bob.
rip Bob.
Hit me.
Where did he go?
So
Огонь по готовности.
there's a hog coming in behind. Trying to get fancy hooks.
That's alright, he's dead.
Fucking Farah, man.
She's quite the distraction.
And that's why our Ashe needs to be taken care of her.
Well, they were running a pharmacy, so she was having a lot of trouble, but they're not anymore. So.
Interesting. Curious, you're probably gonna die there. Just.
Okay.
Oh, I'm gonna die. I'm so low on health. Thanks, Sonic. You saved my life. Oh, jeez, I'm dead. Yep.
Again, Jimmy? He fucking destroyed me,
Poor.
damn it.
That was quite a trade. That leaves our Roadhog against their Roadhog and Genji.
Our road.
Roadhog against Roadhog. Let's go!
You got this, you got this, hog! You got this!
Right.
No!
He fucking
Yes!
did it!
Wild.
Bravo!
Play of the game.
Oh. That's how the comp games should be. I am upvoting our Roadhog for sure.
Oh, yeah.
That was great. Placement 1. Done. Placement 2 begins now.
There are so many less people playing this at the moment. Like, usually I've got 2 pages of the leaderboard for comp. I've only got 7 people that have done comp this season.
I think part of it is because it was
Select your
the previous season ended and this one immediately started.
Oh, was there no, like, week-long gap in between it?
Yeah, they
3-day gap?
are no longer doing that 1 week.
I almost don't get why they're even bothering with seasons, huh?
True. I agree.
I will be your shield.
Well, it's high noon somewhere in the world.
attack commences in
You know what? No, this map is better for Junkrat.
Diva, ready for combat. I'm number one. 새해 복 많이 받으세요. I'm number
This could get interesting.
number one.
Really blew that one.
새해 복 많이 받으세요. 새해 복 많이 받으세요.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attack.
Here we go.
Capture objective A.
Let's get to work.
Oh, hey.
My shield.
Oh god, I got cooked. That was so unlucky.
Get in there.
Now, baby diva. That was brutal.
Sudden.
Panda's here.
Nope. No curious. 5 days. Or Panda, I should say.
Curious Alpha.
Ready for more.
Yep, the other curious.
I was confused.
Patching you up.
Enemy
It ends next week. Usually around the end of the month. We are struggling. I might have to switch off Brigitte.
Yeah, fuck you, Junkrat.
Much better.
Reinhardt at your service.
Even if there's only 6 hours left, Panda, you can do 10 placements in less than 6 hours. We usually do it in about 3 or 4.
And that's usually with a break in between.
Yeah.
I'm taking damage.
No, with yourself.
I barely can take my form.
Oh, jeez.
Oh god, this is gonna hurt. Where'd it go?
Patching
You
you
guys
don't
need to stop
know.
going that direction.
Yeah, that's what I've learned. Oh, jeez.
Yeah, this ain't going well.
Run away.
Haha, I got him.
Yeah. We need better everything. I'm gonna switch to Moira. Right.
Well, we already have a Reaper, and that's what I could do to kill things, so. Junkrat it is.
Science will reveal the truth.
I just need the better range.
Repairing the damage.
Okay. We've made more progress now than we did in the last couple minutes.
Help me
Alright, it always takes a bit.
from afar. Recompose.
Oh god! I couldn't hide. And Ryan wasn't keeping his shield up. I had nowhere to go.
Punch up. Have a monkey on me.
Yeah.
Perhaps a new
Come on, come on, come on,
methodology
come on,
is
come on.
required.
Nice. That's all it took.
60 seconds remaining. Objective A captured. Commence attack
Ow.
on objective B.
Ahoy, matey!
I will rebuild you. This will restore surrender to my will.
I couldn't keep him alive!
I will uproot.
Fucking mercy.
Oh, jeez. I know, Panda.
I'm not
Please let me
I
get
need
out.
like
Please let me get out. Please let me
BTTV
get out. Please
for
let me get out.
restream so that I can rename you.
Get into position.
Oh my god, I had 2 health. Holy shit. I think I got their Mercy Discorder. I did too.
Allow me. This is my will.
Oh, jeez, that hurt.
That's much better.
Junkrat's on the pillar. Yeah, just inside the archway, he's on the pillar. Being a little dick.
I cast this forth.
Mega, run the fuck away.
Yep, with you on that one. No.
This will restore you. Regenerate your cellular structures.
No, no.
Can't say people like that.
Run away! Curious, no. I said run away!
Become Karula.
I was
I'm
already
running.
half dead.
Oh, come on, I was around the corner.
Shohei
No, God!
Oh, there.
Kree, go away!
My ultimate ability.
This will heal you. Injured again.
Stop putting your shield away, Reinhardt. I hate it.
Surrender to my will.
Junkrat was on the archway, by the way.
Oh, the Junkrat was up there. I didn't even notice. That explains so much.
Yep, nah, I'm out of here.
That changes my thinking.
Hey, we got the first checkpoint though.
Pretty real sick.
Yeah.
You do not. Okay, maybe
I'm
you
a
do,
button
but I'm
masher.
The power of destruction.
not. Junkrat on the right, by himself.
Yeah, Spree killed me. With McCree.
This will improve your condition.
Pretty dead.
Experience tranquility.
In we go.
Pass this
That's
forth.
coming in from spawn, fuck me.
I know. Oh my God, their Hanzo wrecked our Roadhog, our Ryan.
That changes my thinking.
Brutal.
60 seconds remaining.
This will restore you.
My point.
Fear.
Damn it!
You went in alone. Obviously that wasn't gonna go well.
No, it's not that I went in alone, it's that I was still alive somehow.
Ah.
I
Oh,
have
jeez.
no idea how I survived that long. I was hoping I could survive long enough for everyone else to come
Fire
back.
at will.
It didn't work that way.
Surrender to my will.
That's alright, I made their McCree ult early. Yes!
Nice. There we go.
That is how it's done.
Score 2-0. Switching sides.
We did that with 24 seconds left on the clock.
Your defenses.
Ouch.
No,
Select your hero.
some time is better than no time.
True.
Science will reveal the truth.
Oh, Beppo is available.
Do you need a hug?
The what?
I
Play some
must
Beppo.
know how your technology functions.
You know, just because I don't know him,
Attackers incoming in
gotta play
Ah.
What a bunch of misfits and freaks we got here.
Do you need a hug?
3-round burst. He can only heal himself with his pulse, can't he? He can't heal himself with grenades, right?
Yep.
5,
That's a little upsetting.
3, 2.
I just figured I'd play him because I haven't played him yet. Probably not the best idea to use in comp, but I don't
Defend
care.
objective A.
Just hold right click basically.
Ah, I'm gonna shoot him.
That hurt.
Become Karula. Allow me to repair the damage. Help me.
The Lucio.
Please help. I'm dying. Oh, God damn it.
Alright. Holy crap, he can jump high. Oh, he's hit scan.
Yeah. We need to do something about that widow up there, though.
Your power
I'm already on
is
it.
mine.
Okay, his damage is surprising.
Similar to Mercy's pistol.
Not that surprising because he actually has a gun.
Oh jeez. Oh jeez. Oh jeez.
No, fuck. I meant to throw down my thing and it didn't work. Come on, Reaper, get in there.
Yeah, I wish the Reaper would actually beat Reaper.
I had my ult, but I didn't want to waste it because I knew I was about to die anyway.
Perhaps a new methodology is required.
I don't like this widow thing. I do like this hero though.
Yeah, no, he's fun. I'm just really bad at him.
Power of destruction.
Nope, can't do. Nope, not McCree. Nope.
Defense point. Objective
I can kill a Widow just fine as Junkrat.
Captain Junkrat, ready to set fire.
Captain Junkrat.
Surrender to my will.
Wrong button, I need to change its ability.
Team up for special attack.
Uh-oh. Spread out!
I'm restoring you.
Nice.
This will restore you.
Yep, Widow's on me.
Help me.
I see ya.
Watch your back.
Interesting that you can't interrupt his reload with firing a grenade.
Interesting, yeah. I hadn't even
One thing I'm
noticed,
gonna
to be
have
honest.
Repairing
One
the
thing I'm gonna
damage.
have to do. But you can interrupt the rear, the melee.
I cast
The
this
melee if
sword.
you need to, so.
Coalescence is ready. Advance with me.
I'm gonna go get the Widow.
Panda says, Sonic, your immortality literally just saved your team, which is true.
That was an accident press as well. Just
That's the
I need to
best.
change it to shift. I need to change it to shift.
Yeah, they're all coming the right side. Just in case you wanted to know.
Allow me. Team up for special
There's
attack.
still a Junkrat down the center too.
Oh, jeez, the Junkrat got me. I thought I could get out.
There was a flaw in my approach.
Need healing.
Okay, anyone got eyes on the Widow? Oh, she's got eyes on us.
Yeah.
She's, left side. Now she's center. Now Lucio's being a dick.
Regenerating your cellular structure.
Roadhog's coming on the side.
Let them up.
Stay in the circle.
I will draw the strength from your body.
No.
Beware the Rhine. Yeah, that one.
Surrender to my will.
No, no! I thought we had him. And then he healed.
Perhaps a new methodology is required. Get into position.
TV, you can't just take a nap like that. We need you.
Reload. No, Ryan.
My will made real.
Shit.
This is bad. This is really bad.
This will heal you.
This is really, really bad. Oh, no. We need people on it.
Wow, I threw that really far.
I know. I haven't figured out the best way to figure out the distances for that throw yet.
And I'm on the left side, right side over there.
Oh,
I like Bappo. Bappo is a lot of fun. Holy shit, no, he throws it a lot further than what I'm
Power of
expecting.
destruction.
yeah.
I'm expecting to have a much better arc than what it does, but...
Same with his right click. It basically goes where the crosshair is.
Yeah, that I'm not really too surprised about. He's firing a bloody grenade.
Will restore you.
Yeah. They have Far and Mercy and...
To my will.
Nice, Curious.
Well then I wasted my ult.
That's right, well.
Nope, Diva's wrecked.
Restoring you.
Diva, fall back!
Die or get back in the back. Nah, she needs to either die or get back in the back. That's probably what she's aiming for.
That's much better.
Watch your back.
Get into position.
Don't worry, my friends. I have your shield.
Pyro's gone right.
Yeah, I see her.
Will improve your
Ish.
condition.
Jeez, yeah.
Nope, can't get her. She just solo ulted me. Wow.
Oh god!
Ah, I got the circle!
I have regrets!
Strength. Surrender to my will.
No! We just need to hold it for another 20 seconds at least.
No, my evil... Oh, my
fine.
mortality field came off bloody...
That changes
Came off
my
cooldown right as I died. I was spamming the button.
They have 10 seconds more than us.
Score 2-2. Switching sides.
So close.
This is a lot closer than I thought it was gonna be, to be honest.
Yeah.
Prepare to attack. Select your hero.
Okay, go hit scan so I can choose something, goddammit.
Mm.
Science will
Fuck
reveal
it, I'm just
the
gonna go
truth.
Hammond.
I'm just gonna go Babbo because he's fun.
Forget playing the game well.
Attack commences in 30 seconds.
I love this thing.
Enough waiting around.
Get inside.
This thing is so good. And it's not as OP as I initially thought it was gonna be.
No, because you can still
it's-
get whittled
it's
down, and then
strong.
when it finishes, people can finish you off.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if you ran him with a Zen, your healing would be down, but then you could trans after the fact and then re-engage under a trans.
Yeah.
But I don't think you really have the healing output
1.
to be able to keep up with it all.
Commencing. Capture objective.
Nice.
Rush it. Wait, no, they haven't.
Oh, Junkrat got me. Shit.
That's alright, we got back.
Stay in the circle, Curious.
I've reached the objective.
That changes my
Let's
thinking.
coordinate our efforts. Need healing.
I know you're coming, I just want to let you know.
You seem in need of
Push
aid.
point.
This was the expected conclusion.
Just keep right-clicking her.
Circle on point.
Your body decays.
The Mercy's so low.
Let's get that Mercy.
Yes.
Nice. He's got me pinned in the corner, he's like...
Get into position.
Where's the Widow?
Stop it.
Here, let me just.
If we are to progress,
Oh, no.
we must claim the
Wait, did they manage to get back to
surrender to
the
my
point?
will.
I got immortality if need. Nah, we're good.
30 seconds.
Okay, here we go.
My ultimate is charged. The battle draws to its conclusion. We must attack.
Oh, curious.
Yeah, she got wrecked on the way in.
10 seconds.
Oh, they have a Bastion. Those sneaky little fucks.
Ah.
Yeah, I think I found the
Must
hero
all
I'm
make
going to be playing.
sacrifices in
That's good.
He's so much fun. But I also like heroes that you can kind of.
That's how it should be, though.
Damage and,
Score.
yeah, and I like supports where you can jump between damage and healing
Size.
smoothly.
Yeah,
Like
for
Arna's
sure.
like that, Ben's like that. And like, he doesn't have outrageous damage, but he doesn't have outrageous healing. They're both pretty average.
How much time do they
I-
have to get the point?
Minute 10.
Oh, fuck those guys.
But they've also got to get first tick on point B. Seeing as we made it that far.
Yeah, and how fast we did it too.
Science will
We have-
reveal the truth.
Well,
We
we
have
did it
an
over time, but still.
understanding. We have an understanding.
It was fast as fuck.
Hello.
Best as fuck, boy! I mean, considering how long we held
This was a
first point
triumph.
last time. First point, second point. We should be fine.
Yeah, but
And
they
I'll-
did the
I'll
same.
Hold on the point.
True.
This is where it gets complicated.
I'll be happy with a draw. Because at this point, I think the best we can do if we lose this point is draw.
Correct.
Oh, I hit the skybox. Interesting.
3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming. Defend
Touch from
objective A.
afar.
That was Tracer.
Shit.
60 seconds remaining.
You see me invade.
Oh god! Roadhog in the face.
Punish hog, punish hog, punish hog, punish hog.
Oh, ik tef
He's really low. Have a Tracer on me?
Power of destruction.
Nice.
This will improve your
Oh, I
condition.
got that down just.
I know. I watched it happen.
Curious, stay near the pillar so I
30
can
seconds
break the grenades on it.
Get into position.
Yeah, I'm a fan of Baptista's burst healing.
This is my
Oh, it's brilliant.
Let them out.
Oh no.
10
That's
seconds.
much better. Surrender to my will.
I need heals.
Our enemies return.
Damn.
Shit.
What?
Nah, they've got.
Oh god.
We're gonna have to hold B. Yeah, I think we're just gonna have to hold B and go for the draw.
No, you run the fuck over there and you get the fucking point.
I'm not dead yet.
This is gonna get rough.
Name's McCree.
Justice reigns for
Allow me to repair the damage.
This is gonna get really rough.
Their inevitable defeat is becoming reality.
They just pressed. Go. Lara.
Need a doctor.
The Roadhog I'm more worried about, to be
Use
honest.
that so early. Fire by myself.
Our inevitable victory.
They destroyed it. No, god, I'm on the ground. No! Oh! I had my ult ready.
I couldn't do anything.
Fuck, I almost had my ult.
I used my shift a little too early.
Damn.
Defeat. Play of the game.
There was an attempt.
Oh, that was.
Hey, I did that too. Why didn't I get to play the game?
Because they won.
Probably.
I don't need your sass. Not today.
He almost did, and then he failed. So,
Bang, 5 career bests.
yeah, I got that too.
I mean, they're not career bests, they're season best.
I mean, for me, it's career best because that's the first time I've ever played this game.
Yeah, I know, Panda. Our Junkrat almost clutched. Almost.
But he failed. That's okay.
Oh, I thought that Junkrat was from the opposite team. It's better now.
Let me quickly check my leaderboard, because you said you only have 5 people? 7? Sonic? I've got 5 pages. Jats is over there in position 41. Zex
Yeah,
is
certainly.
at 23. Navia at 13.
Of course, bloody Panda's at the top of the leaderboard. My friend's leaderboard, that is.
Brayden's second on mine. Panda's 5th. Because, Fang's ult, Spicy, is in Masters.
Fair enough.
Yeah. I assume it's uploading now. Yeah. 33 meg. We're 1 hour into the stream. And we finished 2 games.
I mean, that game went quite a while.
Well, plus we also had 1 warm-up, so...
Oh, yeah, that's true.
That's fair, Panda. I mean, look at it this way. I'm only just doing placements now.
And usually the last few days of the season go one of 2 ways. They're either the best games you ever played in your life, or they're just complete and utter write-offs.
Yeah.
Select your hero.
So far we're 50-50.
I don't know, I reckon both games have been bloody brilliant.
I feel like
That
these
first one,
screens
yeah.
are longer than usual, though.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that first one
Oh,
was pretty
defending,
good.
I think I might go Moira.
And that one we just did, that was a brilliant game. Yeah, we lost, but bloody hell, it was a good game. It's not very often a game goes
Curious,
that long.
where are you?
Dead.
Hmm. I might have to go Zarya.
Reveal the truth.
Hello. Hey there.
I'm gonna stick to my hand.
Hello.
Together, we are strong.
Hey there.
Oh, alright.
Howdy.
I'll go Moira then.
Incoming in
Howdy.
30
Fine.
seconds.
Oh, okay. Mercy, yeah, even better.
Hey. Hello.
Panda says she placed at 3250 and she's sitting at 3060 now.
Hello. Howdy.
Oof. Rough season.
Hello.
Well, we all know where we're gonna place.
Hey.
Not even on the list.
Howdy.
Hmm.
Hello.
One. Attackers.
I had
What it
50
feels like.
pages,
Defend.
and they're all masters.
Let's get
Oof.
bad guys. Heads up.
Are you saying you have too many skilled friends?
No, it's all the Overwatch League people.
No.
You're covered.
Got Reaper.
Sonic, you're gonna die. I can't save you. I'm half.
Oh fuck.
Oh god!
Oh, I didn't throw it close enough. I was outside of it. You destroyed my field. Dick.
Yeah.
God damn it.
Well, Panda, look at it this way. I've never been there.
No, I haven't been a diamond either.
My will is unbroken.
I got close to diamond once.
Objective lost. New defense mode.
I think like 2600 is the closest I've ever gotten to anything. You earn his ult so quickly. That's one thing I definitely noticed with that.
That should slow him down. Oh god, it's Reaper! No, go away, Reaper!
This is not your time.
The highest I've been is 2850. 2853 specifically.
Oh god!
Their Moira's so low and I can't do anything! No!
Oh god. Keeps going so much further than I'm expecting it to.
Practice makes
We are not doing well this game.
No. Panda, none. Neither of us have ever reached diamond.
And relatively, you actually only hit plat very recently.
Yeah, it was that one season where I soloed a lot of games. Where I just pretty much played solo the entire season. I think it's because I was playing, D.Va? I just grinded out a D.Va spam.
Let them up.
No, I'm gonna die. They really don't like me. No, no.
No, I can't heal that. Jesus. Wow, Reaper with a pocket mercy, that's dangerous. Okay, maybe not. He died.
just like in training. Get in there.
Reaper's behind. She's half. No, God.
Into the iris.
There we go.
Perfect counter to Hydra, just drop an immortality field.
Yup.
No, Reaper, what are you doing?
Barriers on you. Go.
I do like that when you reload both healing and
Yeah. I noticed that too.
at the same time. Sometimes I keep using the grenade like it's offensive though, I keep shooting it at people.
Yep, I do that all the time.
You're covered. I require assistance.
Reaper's low.
That works.
Ooh, that was a bad pick.
Yeah, should have done it up top.
Barriers on you. Go.
It's alright, I trust Curious' survivability.
I wouldn't.
Oh no! Sorry. Oh god, they're all on the staircase going around back.
Reaper's still on point, he's so low. Good.
This fight is not over.
Oh, come on.
Why do they have 3 heals?
Even stronger. I am on fire.
Whew.
Danke.
Hello there.
Yeah, definitely Panda. Panda says that's one thing that's nice about Baptiste. It's no longer unplayable to go against a Genji without a Zenyatta.
Yep, that's entirely true. Hey, he's a pretty nice addition.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they're coming
He
up
still-
the
he-
outside.
He still doesn't overtake Ana for me, because I don't think anyone is going to be capable of overtaking Ana.
Огонь по готовности.
That'll slow him.
Now see what I can do. Get in there. Feel the gravity.
Let them out.
Kill the Mohawk. Огонь по готовности.
Shit, that's going to run out in a sec.
Yep,
Yeah, they timed
But I
that
couldn't
really
put
well.
up the wall.
they did.
Give me another shot.
Tracer, get on it. Come on.
I was in the recall animation, that's still...
Ah.
Oh god, Overwatch, now I remember why I do not miss you.
Oh god, he's in my face. I couldn't do anything. 1 minute. Come on. We must not die.
Oh! Bitch!
Без труда, не видишь.
Protect.
И рыбку из пруда.
Thank you.
Look at how far their tick went. Oh my god. 1 HP Genji.
Greetings.
30 seconds remaining.
Everyone, stick together. We can do this.
Fuck you.
Oh!
Rip.
Yeah, I fell down, I just got nailed. Mercy, don't res me though. I can just come back.
Heroes never die. Kill the Mohawk. A wedding.
Yeah, I really just use the Tracy.
Огонь по готовности.
Oh god. Yes! They didn't touch it!
Dicks. They had a widow as well. Oh no, our Mercy took out the widow!
I know, Panda. I'm so glad. That could have gone so differently.
Prepare to attack.
Oh.
Select your hero.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah. I suppose that's a thing? Curious!
Please come back soon. It's not even 11 PM. You timed out though.
Together we are strong.
Yeah.
Or crashed.
Be sure to stretch
Awesome.
before engaging in rigorous physical activity.
Hello there.
Okay, now let us win.
Attack commences in 30
Oh man.
I'm looking forward to working with you all. Hello.
Everything okay? Has she rejoined the voice channel?
Nah, she hasn't yet.
There we go. Welcome back. What happened?
Yeah, what happened there?
Disconnected.
Yeah, I thought so.
Mm.
Go, charging up.
They have a sim. Oh boy, that was...
Oh, Jesus Christ, I didn't even see him coming.
Oh god. Full charge, okay.
This is gonna be difficult. Cool.
They hurt. Ooh, Jetch just started playing.
Get your grumpy fingers off me, you whore.
Oh, punish.
Finish that Rhine.
Nah, we're not getting the punish.
Ah. I am disappointed.
Okay, I honestly thought Colorless
Get in
was keeping
there.
me alive just there.
Got him.
Charging up.
Play tank, I'm mad.
No.
No. And I need to be damaged less.
That was an interesting use.
I almost think I need to switch to Diva so that I can get behind
Myra,
them.
what the fuck? Okay, no one heal me then. I was just trying to give people ult charge. But no, that's cool. Now fuck this shit.
Oh.
My point, bitches. You gotta be careful of that arm.
Yes, turn around, Ryan.
Oh, come on.
They nanoed their Diva. Their baby Diva.
Dangerous.
No, that was Symmetra.
Oh, was it?
Even more dangerous.
Yeah.
Oh. It looked like a baby Diva to me.
Fair enough.
I don't know what to do. I don't know what to play. I'm not good with this whole main tank thing.
Surrender to my will. Rocket barrage incoming. Behi parambasa victor. If we are to progress, 60 seconds.
Screwed that up.
Hello. Did someone call a doctor?
Much obliged.
Hello.
Greetings.
Questionable judgment.
Heavy breathing.
Hello there.
Commence.
Oh boy, oh boy.
APM 좀 올려볼까?
Doo-doo. Doo-doo. Doo-doo, 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 doo-doo.
Ooh! I don't know how I survived that. Jesus, I didn't realize that ledge, it was slightly higher than what I thought.
Valkyrie is ready. Defense matrix activated.
Heroes never die.
That's literally all I care about right now. Freeze lock.
That should help.
Where's, there she is! Come here, bitch!
Booster on. I'm back in the fight.
Get wrecked, soldier.
Find their weakness.
Don't fail me now.
Come on, did you want to come out of the spawn? Did you want to come out of the spawn?
Guys, pay attention to the game.
I know.
I was trapping people in spawn, but apparently the rest of you died anyway, so...
That's because now.
Oh, you're joking. 8.4%.
Time to be young to die.
My ultimate is almost ready. Hi there.
G'day, mate.
Almost ready.
My ultimate ability is charging.
I just realized we don't need a full cap.
Ready to be unleashed.
We only need like...
No, we need 8% more.
APM 좀 올려볼까?
Oh, we do? Oh, that's what you were going on about. Anna's up top with Brian.
Weapons
And that's it.
offline.
Oh.
I'm gonna go dive Brian up. Oh,
Nope.
Nah, fall back.
Bailing out.
Not worth it.
Genji's in there, we should probably go. He's already killed Anna, which is a big part.
I'm worried about Reaper ulting.
Get the fuck in.
All systems checked out.
Holy what the fuck?
I'm back in the fight.
That Reaper has ult.
Oh, fuck off, Reaper.
Oh, shit.
That was some bullshit.
They use nano, though.
Run.
The stress.
They actually think that they can get you to swap off junk. Are they dumb?
Join with me.
You're...
Wait, are they telling me to swap off?
Yeah, one of them said that for you to swap off junk, right? I'm like, that's gonna happen.
Boosters engaged. Defense matrix activated. Nerf this.
Damn, the Roadhog repositioned my mech.
I think this
Let
kid
him use
was
the
well
ult.
undercooked.
Group up. Join me. Bunch of lies. Thank you.
Oh, you actually did switch. That's
Group
right.
up here.
60 seconds remaining.
Group up with me.
Group up. Group up here. Join me. Group up.
I understand.
Time to rejoin the end.
Yeah.
Oh god.
The time we had is
Nerf this.
This is not your time.
Reaper.
Oh my god. The Reaper won't die.
Yeah, with these fucking...
Routing power to command unit. Failing and there's no way I'm losing. Attack.
Mercy res me, hit my ult.
All system.
I had 1 health. There was nothing I could do there. Damn.
Play of the game.
I shall be right back.
Yeah, I'm gonna have this one.
Oh no, are they gonna bash me for my fucking grammar?
Hello?
Hello.
Hello?
Oh.
Hello?
We're just waiting on Sonic, because he went for a smoke.
Oh, okay. How has it been going?
The games have been really good, but we've lost 2 out of 3.
But like close.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Super.
Yeah.
Super close.
Did he say how long he was going to be?
Long enough for a smoke. That's usually 5 minutes, so.
Okay. I might go get some water and
Yep, good plan. I will refill mine,
hydrate
actually.
myself.
I might actually stuff my face with some chocolate, too. Panda, it is currently 2 PM. That is not the transition I needed, but that's fine. Might do. Is this one.
I'm back.
Welcome back. Yes, today is... Thought I had a calendar in front of me. Today is Anzac Day. Is a... Stick this just... If I can find the Twitch chat, which I think is this one. Oh, Sonic's back. Why do I have one notification? Oh.
Not too sure how long ago it was, because I don't have timestamps up, but it doesn't really surprise me. Curious has no idea what Anzac is. Well, Panda, sorry.
I was about to be real offended with you.
I was gonna say, if you didn't know, I'd be worried. It's kind of your people as well.
Basically, yeah.
My people.
Actually, no, not really.
They are now.
You just happen to
Oh,
be in
true.
the country.
They are now, so. That's what happens when you disown America.
probably the smartest thing you've done.
Is that what you did?
Well, kinda. I don't tell people I'm American anymore, I just say I'm a cute.
That works.
They're just
See?
left to figure it out.
See, you're moving up in the world. You haven't moved far, but you're moving up.
Traveling to the right.
True. The child homicide rate here is pretty high.
Panda, you know why though? Because we're not so different. It's that simple.
Why are these loading screens so long these days? Oh wait, you mentioned that last game.
Hmm. I wonder if it's on purpose.
I don't know, maybe. Yeah, Panda, usually when you send a bunch of people to their almost assumed death, then yeah, they're probably gonna
Science will
fall out of it.
reveal the truth.
It's more funny to me that the Queen's birthday is on different days for different areas of the world. Even though it's for the same Queen.
Attack commencing.
I know, it's so annoying. I'm like, I want 5 birthdays.
Right?
For now.
Vocabulary not found. Translation impossible. This is happening.
The last part of this chocolate egg just kind of evaporated into the middle.
5, 4, 3,
Pretty normal.
2.
Oh shit, I have a chocolate egg.
Attack commencing. Escort.
Probably
First we play.
Allow me to repair the damage.
Do we have a Zen?
Well, Winston's gonna die.
Yeah, I was gonna go as support, because I don't know what else to play.
Oh, I died.
Oof!
We must all make sacrifices in the name of science.
There we go.
Payload status. Moving.
That Zen has made a terrible mistake.
Get into position.
No, he's gonna kill me.
Oh, okay, maybe you didn't know.
Oh,
Oh,
this-
okay.
this is-
Seriously, why don't I have to
No, God.
This will restore you.
Oh, come on!
I require assistance. I will unmake you. Surrender to my will.
I feel so tired.
Will heal you.
Just you? Oh, jeez. I went right into that.
Sonic missed it by just a hair.
Nerf this!
That was the plan.
Perhaps
Twas
a new
brutal.
Methodology is required. Why we stopped? I cast this forth.
Mmm.
Repairing the damage.
That was pretty good. No, no, that was bad.
Hi,
Oh no, I
Wiz!
had to reload.
That's alright, I think we've got more people alive. Get in there.
Yeah, considering that David just flew into the fuck.
Perhaps a new methodology
This
is required.
McCree, I swear to God, he doesn't miss shots. Holy crap.
Allow me to repair the damage.
Experience nothingness into the iris.
Got him to 13 health before he killed me.
This is my will.
I'm the tank here. I'm supposed to do more damage.
We'd do pretty good as voice actors. All we'd have to do is grunt in pain.
This will restore
Fuck you, McCree.
you. We must ensure the payload's progress.
Seriously, holy fuck!
Shohei Mahol.
This McCree just doesn't miss shots.
This will heal you.
Oh, the Zen got me in the face.
do
I shouldn't have gone
my-
there. Yeah. You're not wrong, Panda.
We must all make sacrifices in the name of science.
Oh, come on.
Just let the soldier ult run out.
Get into
No,
position.
it's just that I just popped ult and she sent a nuke at me, then they popped ult. Sorry, my ult was just completely nullified.
Yeah, that'd do it.
Surrender to my will.
Bugged me.
Come on, get in my freaking balls. Get in them.
I pass this forth.
What the fuck is McCree? He's everywhere.
Why am I the only one shooting at Ryan's shield? Like, come on.
I'm trying to get around so I can.
The payload moves in circles. Allow me to repair the damage.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no!
Okay, this McCree can
Where
go
did he
suck a
come from?
dick.
Don't touch me, don't touch me, don't touch me. I'm just a hamster, please.
Perhaps a new methodology is required.
Amazing.
I need healing. Group up. Join with me.
Payload status halted.
Group up.
My ultimate is charging.
Regenerating your cellular structure. Help me. This is my will. I must ensure that
Oh no! I forgot to put my thing
Freeze up
down.
top.
Oh god. No! I made so many mistakes there.
when faced with a setback, we must challenge our assumptions. Join with me.
God.
Group up with me. Group up.
Reinhardt at your service.
Touch from afar.
30 seconds remaining.
Strength flows from you.
Damn it, damn it, damn it, not
This will
again.
improve your condition.
Ryan, why are you falling back?
This will restore you. I need to recharge.
I got my ult.
Oh, that should not have gotten me. That's not fair. No! Everyone just died around me.
Well, we're still running 3 supports by the end. No.
Probably.
One
I might switch to something with a bit more damage.
sides.
Yeah, I switched off fucking before we even kept first point.
Prepare your
No point running through.
defenses. Select your hero.
That's what you're doing?
I don't know. There's already 2 supports there.
Oh, we got 2 tanks, so I
I
guess it's the
will-
deeps.
Pick a
I
DPS
don't know.
and
I never
run with
never
it.
play DPS. I don't know what I'm doing.
I don't know.
I mean, I could go Pharah if you want.
Together.
We'll see how
are
we go.
Strong.
Okay.
Not one for standing around.
Attackers incoming in 30 seconds.
Let's show them what we can do. Howdy.
I had silver healing by the end of that.
Zen did a good amount of work then, jeez.
This is gonna make you feel better. Oh, oh, oh. Now to
5,
accelerate.
4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming. Stop the payload.
We strike as one. Barrier is on you.
A couple of them coming in from behind.
Barrier activated. Barrier is on you. Go.
Haven't had enough.
Ready for battle. Get in there.
Get that McCree.
Okay, no, we need to go for that freaking Mercy.
Where's the McCree? Let it. Yep. Okay. Good. Now there's Mercy. Oh, Reaper. Mercy's keeping the Reaper alive.
She's one and I can't
She's
finish
like
it.
one hit. I need healing, I'm dead.
Oh no.
Temporary setback.
Oh god, everyone's dead. I didn't realize. I was still playing. But there was only a McCree and a Mercy. I thought we were fine.
You're covered.
But I was wrong. Very wrong. They were just like running around the car. Reaper's up top. He's behind you guys.
Oh, Reaper's gonna kill me. Nope. That was bad.
Oh come on!
Is anybody still alive?
No.
No.
Makes perfect.
This McCree is a fucking magician. He's pissing me off.
Yeah, we need to focus him more.
Barrier activated.
I thought we had an Anna.
We did. The Lucio switched.
Time to read my APM.
Reaper's
in
up the
there.
top with the Mercy. Mercy jumped down, I don't know where Reaper went.
Best shot.
Reaper's gone off to the left. Right.
I have my ult and was jumped down.
McCree's killing us.
Oh come on!
Nice.
I didn't hit her.
You got the ulting Reaper.
Yeah, I wanted the bloody Mercy.
Oh, the Reinhardt was so low. Oh, jeez. My health dropped like a stone. Nice.
Another shot.
Oh god, I feel good about that.
My thanks.
Mercy's back behind you.
Curious, that was brilliant.
Thank you, I know.
Alright, I'll.
It was really well done.
He's flanked back around to the team.
Oh, really?
Graviton surge is ready.
Or behind us.
Oh, that was such a dick move on my behalf. God, that was fun. I just hope I got the tag. To record it.
They're going around behind us, by the way.
Alright, well, you're there, boy.
They're down a player.
They're up top.
Have you come around the...
Get in there.
They are up the top.
Lucio's in the church.
Best shot.
Yeah, yeah, we're all fighting.
Oh, you got me.
Oh,
I thought I was safe behind the payload. I was wrong. You guys will need to get on it though. I do have ult, but I need to get in there first.
I know that if we move out there, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna wait for Curious. Alright, let's go.
Experience nothingness. This is my jam, Step.
Nerf this.
I don't know where that is.
I'm on fire.
I got two.
Dynahex.
No! Mercy, you slut!
Огонь по готовности.
Nice.
Bring it. Feel the gravity.
Get him, don't let him go, don't let him go. What?! How did that not hit him?! Oh, come on, game!
Barrier activated.
Thank you.
This game just wants to abuse me, and I really don't appreciate it.
They're gonna flank around. The given.
Oh, no, McCree's on.
Get in there. Give me your best shot. That's more like it.
This McCree knows where I am all the fucking time. It's so
Can't
annoying.
heal you, Fury.
Ready for battle.
No!
Oh, yes!
Oh, thank you.
Nice save!
Flashbang's is my favourite thing, to be honest.
McCree's asleep.
Get in there.
Oh no, their sixth is back. Get that Mercy! Nice!
Your best shot.
Get that McCree!
Hold on, hold on.
The
Yes!
Lucio on the vault. God, I couldn't hit him. He kept getting booped around. I just rushed with that Reinhardt. Sadly, Reinhardt trying to do anything. Flashbang like 4 or 5 times now. So happy.
Barrier is on you. Go. Ready for battle.
Beware the Reaper.
Yeah, I knew you were coming then.
Their McCree's down, nice. Reaper's gonna kill me though.
No, you're fine.
Nice, their Ryan's down.
I've almost got my ult again.
It's just their Lucio, the baby Diva and their Mercy. Get their Mercy, get their Mercy! Yes!
That's right.
That's fine. Just gotta keep Reaper off it.
We should
Haha!
Yeah, nice.
Oh, I'm glad we won that.
That was quite frustrating. That McCree, he was just a really good shot and he kept throwing me off.
Of the game.
Yeah, I noticed.
No! I almost had her too, and I reloaded.
Nerf this.
Should have gone for the melee. Wow, she
No,
didn't even know where she was
jeez.
throwing that. That's just rude.
Epic.
Wonderful.
It's 2 for 2.
My endorsement level has gone from 3 to 2. Love that. Why?
Oh, I got the Doomfist Talon skin. And the Zarya Racer skin. Which is funny, because these bits here look very much like Tracer's logo. Alright, ready for match number 5?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, so. Oh, look, I got coins. How surprising.
I'm currently at 8,790 coins.
I'm at 617.
You got a hell of a load of
Uh.
coins, a hell of a load of comp points, and you just won't spend them.
You're missing only 4 skins, Panda? Jeez. I am missing 2 highlight intros. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 skins.
Welcome to Hollywood.
Yeah, if I don't get it, I'll buy the Moira skin myself.
Prepare your defenses.
Haha!
Select
I
your
already have
hero.
the Moira one.
So rude.
It was the very first box I opened. That free box gave me the bloody Moira skin. I don't even want it.
Hmm. Hmm.
Oh no, your Moira was taken. Jess, what you doing?
Do you want to support or DPS?
Together, we are
I've been having
strong.
fun with Vapor.
Should we do
Panda's
three
missing the
support?
Ash, Baptiste, McCree, and Moira ones.
You can if you want to, I suppose.
Attackers incoming.
Means I don't have to
30
think about healing people as much.
But I will see them
I can
done.
just shoot them.
Even as a support, I don't even worry about healing people.
We know.
Yeah, it's pretty obvious.
God, I don't even have a skin, like, spray for him yet.
5, 4, 3,
Understood.
1. Attackers incoming.
Oh, we have a hunt.
Defend objective A.
I'm disappointed in this man.
You're covered.
Azai's
I shouldn't have done this.
Oh god! I thought we were all moving in, but no, apparently not.
No, it's just me moving in.
I'm out of here.
Oh, Curious was up there too, so I kind of thought the rest of us did.
Oh wait, is
I
everybody
will
dead?
never
You should know by now I'm an
Half the
idiot.
team is dead. The other half is still on the
Yeah,
point.
but sometimes that idiocracy pays off. Jump on point. I'm gonna jump on point. Kill me now, bitches! Okay, it didn't last very long, but still, I love... It's just fun to mess with people.
Yeah.
Oh, you were right behind me, I didn't even notice. Okay, people are smarter than I thought.
I
but
bubbled you as you went onto the point.
Is the key.
I didn't notice, to be honest.
Group up here.
See you later.
Damn it. I hate when they accidentally hit me out of my...
Get in.
Oh, damn. The Moira got in the way, so I couldn't save you, Furious. Oh, I'm gonna die.
Get this.
Oh god, they nanoed him!
I know.
online.
It got bad very fast.
Why was he...
My life story.
Just like in training.
Oh, egg and toast. Look what I just turned into.
This is my
Yeah,
will.
close enough.
Surrender to my will.
Stay near the cart. Oh no, mine, I missed the cart. How did that hit me?
Zaya's hack. Zaya's hack.
Yeah, I got killed.
Zarya got killed. Oh, God. I am low on health. This is gonna suck.
I'm
Thank
gonna
you.
try and get the Reinhardt shield down.
Get in there.
Reinhardt shield down.
Ready for battle. Power of destruction.
Being healed.
No! I tried to save you. Uh-oh.
I can't save you there. Sorry.
I keep forgetting I can't fly backwards.
I know, it's frustrating.
Don't know why I would think I could, but
This fight is
Apparently.
not over.
Barriers on you.
Oh, I thought you were still alive. Sorry.
No.
The payload has
I was only a bloody bapper. What am I meant to do?
they have a bastion? No, they're
Oh,
just
hang on.
loud.
Well, this is a small stomping. I don't like it.
Damn it!
Oh no, I got stuck.
Trying my best.
Barriers on you.
No!
I
Ja-
tried, sorry.
Chats, you turned around and started walking away as I bubbled you.
I will never surrender.
Okay, we have to hold it there for 4 minutes.
Mute yourself.
Alright, we're fine.
Ready for battle.
That's gone.
Nah, their team is too good at destroying it too quick.
What the fuck? It barely even goes up. She destroys it immediately. Oh, okay, no mind. It popped up right in the field of vision as well, right next to her face. It was pretty much nothing else she could see. But no, they are still very good at destroying it. I really don't appreciate it.
Jets, be careful.
Let them up.
Огонь по готовности.
Damn it.
My
Damn it.
God,
Damn
I'm
it.
just
Damn it.
dying instantly.
Oh no.
I don't like this team anymore. They're really good.
Score 0-3. Switching sides.
I'm bringing out the big
Prepare to
guns.
attack. Select your
Oh,
hero.
okay.
Curious, maybe you could go, Wrecking Ball.
Maybe. Depends on what they go. So what are you going, Sonic?
I don't know.
I might go Farah.
God damn it.
I will protect.
Yeah, that could work.
If they have a lot of tanks, I'll switch to
Where
Reaper.
did you hide your treasure? You could hardly have it on your person.
Treasure? Sure, I don't know anything you're talking about.
Hi there. Hello. Peace be upon you.
I should have just chose backward before that guy went in. That's all I want to do. I'll play backward.
5, 4, 3.
I have really high latency, so if I disconnect during the game, I will not be surprised.
Commencing.
Ow, they're pushing me.
I will not waste this opportunity.
Alright, I forgot they had a soldier.
Yep. It's pretty good too.
I could probably keep you alive, but depends on how good this.
What the fuck? They really a Torbjorn? Wow.
Reckon I can get you?
You're
Yeah.
insane.
But it worked though.
Very rough.
This is why everyone needs a Jets on their team.
I'm taking way too much damage. I'm just dying instantly.
Yeah, that's the problem with Winston. He doesn't have a lot of armor.
I can't really do Ryan otherwise. I don't know how to play Ryan. I can't. The Torbjorn back?
I don't feel like I'm doing any damage. Oh. Jeez.
There's a Torb up in the cafe.
No.
I do have ult though.
My team needs me.
Fuck.
Move
No.
back.
Hey, it's that. The Torb's the guy that wanted to be in a group with us.
Yeah, I know.
Getting revenge. Probably not.
Reinhardt at your service.
Thanks for the assist.
The revenge is that he's a good player.
Glory, my friends.
I do have my ult too.
Oh.
No.
Into the iris.
Damn it.
I can mostly blame the soldier ult on that one.
Raptora systems
Group up
online.
here.
I play to win.
Actually, that won't be enough damage, will it?
I got you, Sonic.
Oh, curious.
Yeah, half their team's dead. Let's go. Oh, their Torb turret killed me. If you could finish that off.
Oh no, I missed.
Their Ryan's coming in.
Wait for me.
Yeah, I know.
I'm taking the point.
You're not. Stupid Hanzo.
Kill it. Zarya, back to the point. There's an
Hot fiery death.
What? There's nothing on the payload, but I was getting burned?
There were lumps on the payload, yes.
Yeah, I saw the lumps.
I couldn't see them.
Okay, it gave me ult charge.
What the fuck?
Hanzo, move your fat ass.
Oh, Zen!
Play Ryan.
What got you?
I heard the Zen and died instantly.
Really? Really? Come on! Wow, I died before he even finished the
Well,
charge.
that just happened.
Oh, I've had that happen to me too.
That was bullshit, but
I honestly don't know how I died. I mean, I don't know how I did it.
well, you did. You managed to get the red ball.
Yeah.
Now, where were we?
Hate Reinhardt so much. Missing a Zarya.
No! I thought I could blink and drop it, but Zen got me in the face. Oh, thanks, Jets.
That's
Then run,
behind.
then run, then run.
Yep, it's not worth it. Oh, there's Zarya bubble bear Zen. I don't like it.
My ultimate is charging.
I need healing. Thank you.
Oh my god, Jets, I watched your health drop there.
Огонь по готовности.
I have a bad feeling about this.
Why do people play Reinhardt? I do not understand how people get enjoyment out of playing Reinhardt.
No, that's the problem. Because of all the CC that's been added to the game over the past 3 years, no one enjoys playing Reinhardt anymore, which is why so few people play him now.
What do? You just hold your shield up pretty much.
Yep.
Yeah.
Let's get this moving.
Oh, nice.
That works.
Sonic, Sonic, Sonic.
And I dropped my shield for 2 seconds to get absolutely shredded.
Oh god. Ah. I'm out of practice.
Like, seriously, the amount of damage that the Zarya is doing is just...
You didn't see that
No,
happen.
she's...
I'm hoping we get to the point before you... No. Sorry, I should have rezzed you.
The payload has reached the checkpoint.
That's alright, I can walk. I have the
I
blinks.
thought we were gonna hit the point before your thing went out.
Help.
Heroes never die.
No, that Ryan really should have died.
No one's on the...
Protect
My
the
ultimate
Good
is almost
point.
ready.
I don't know how much health he had, but it was like none.
3.
I just... I said, please kill him. Please kill him.
Uh-oh, run!
Back up. Back it up. Back it up. Go. Ryan's coming up with battle. I had my shield up, game! What the absolute fuck?
If you're pointing it
he's
up
chasing me.
slightly, it's possible that it went under the shield.
He's really low, just turn around and shoot him.
My ultimate is charging.
Thank you.
Heals, please. No, I had my shield up. Like, the animation was up and everything, and apparently not, so, you know. Good to know this game still fucks you over in every way possible.
Double kill.
Because I mean, you can't telegraph that fucking Shadow from a mile back.
Clock's ticking.
What's the there with Farah?
You need a time out. Let's go back again.
Their honors keeping their Rhine alive, and he's solo. Nice.
That's not it.
I'm on my.
That's not.
I can come back with my ult.
Sorry's going with the grab.
Oh god. No! The soldier on the right, be very careful.
Damn it! Ow.
Damn.
Play of the game.
Hey.
Triple kill.
Oof.
Yeah, note to self, I'm never playing Ryan again. Like, you drop your shield for 2 seconds and, like, you pretty much let go of the button, click it again, and you're at 80 health.
Yep.
Trinit roasted us.
Just, I always end up doing this in comp seasons. I never play what I actually want to play because I always switch to fit the team, or at least try to. I need to stop doing that.
Yeah. Alright, ready for game number 6?
Yeah.
We are 2 hours into this.
Wild.
And I'm really, really hungry.
Mmm.
Can.
Netflix keeps sending me promotional emails about upcoming, like, series and movies they're adding to the service, and I look at them and I'm like, none of this is interesting to me. Right now, I just got an email, coming Friday, 3rd of May, Dead to Me, a Netflix original series. Doesn't look interesting.
Yeah, that's 99% of Netflix.
I started watching that. Is it called Black Summer?
Oh,
The
yeah.
zombie one?
I don't know what it's about, but I've seen the name on Netflix.
Like, it's alright, but... just gets really slow at some points.
Fair enough. Yeah, I don't know, I've been having a lot of trouble lately finding anything to watch.
I'm still trying to catch up on Critical Role.
I mean, catching up is a job in itself.
I'm trying to finish Critical Role. I'm still only halfway through episode 3.
Arriving
Yeah, I'm
at
on like,
launch
I think
point
I just
Gibraltar.
finished episode 15 of the first campaign.
Oh, you know, a good show to watch.
Select your hero.
OA on Netflix. Really good.
Away.
OA.
Oh.
Oh, that one.
Yeah, it's actually really good.
Science will reveal the truth.
What's the GG?
I think one of these
Oh.
is wrong.
Attack commences in 30 seconds.
Why does that matter?
The small mammal is impatient.
I last?
Nobody say anything.
I'm just bronze on the inside.
2, 1. Attack.
Mentally, I'm masters. But in actual skill, I'm bronze.
Ensure the payload.
Oh, I fucking love that. Oh, you poor bastard. Really? She rezzed him. How?
That is a good question. Cats, don't die on me.
I need healing.
Sorry, I forgot I was a healer.
Get that Mercy! The Mercy's too far away. I can't reach her.
The power of destruction.
Who's playing May? The one above?
Yes.
Oh my
no.
god, you saved us then.
No, the person playing May is the one was like GG at the start of the game because 4 of us don't have a rank yet.
Let them up.
Rip!
I know.
Oh no, that was. Oh god.
Oh god. Can't believe I survived that. Shouldn't have.
Not yet. This will improve your
Die.
Focus the healers, otherwise we're not going to win this.
Allow me to repair the damage.
Oh my god, if this Dire doesn't die.
My will.
I can't kill her, their heals are fucking strong as.
Let them up.
Get into position.
Finally!
There we go.
I'm ready to start a blizzard.
Aw. They may apologize.
I didn't even see the wall she put down.
That's why it was a bad wall.
This will restore you. This will heal you. Help me. Carry out.
Nice.
Nice kill on the Mercy, I saw that.
Me chasing her around the entire map, yeah.
Yeah, I was trying to help.
Kill the Mahol. This will improve your position.
Up me!
Oh, Jazz, nice.
That was
Still worked.
Dein Schutzengel ist da.
She got the res off after all that?
That poor Farah.
Seriously, this Mercy is actually doing some amazing work. Like,
I know.
Repairing the damage.
It's not fair.
Surrender to my will.
I accidentally threw that. Stop destroying my thing! It's always the. You can only jump and heal that. No!
Sorry.
Nah, it's alright. I saw that your defense matrixing it, but you must have run out.
I did.
Oh god.
Get into position.
And I read this just like messing with the mob.
We finished him off eventually.
Curious, that was a Farah.
Yeah, but the Reaper was being annoying.
It's my will.
keep forgetting he heals himself. When
Oh, come on, you bitch. Really? Fucking solo ult by the bitch. It's just rude.
Hey! Show me.
Yeah, heal.
I'm restoring you.
Of course I am.
I'm so bad at using the grapple, oh my god. It's not even funny
I
anymore.
will.
Get in there.
Fuck!
Огонь по готовности.
Reaper's on my stairs. Reaper's behind me.
What? How did he not die? How much fucking health did he get? Fuck off.
So in other news, I have a 15-player kill streak.
Nice.
Soldier 76, reporting for duty.
Allow me to repair the damage. Get into position. Cease your resistance. Your body decays.
No, God! There goes my 15-player kill streak. Damn. Oi!
I'm ready to initiate self-destruct
When faced with a setback, Coalescence is charging.
Hi, Jets.
Like in the air. Right.
Deliver itself.
Aim a hole.
I'm gonna get it behind the.
Surrender to my will.
Their mercy's down.
You'll be wise to stay out of my sight.
Oh no, Farah, why? Damn.
Build them a hole. I must reflect upon this.
Enemies re-engaging.
Ow.
You seem in need of aid.
All systems checked out.
I think we got off on the wrong.
I'm restoring you. Your strength fades. This will heal you. Огонь по готовности. Strength flows from you.
I need healing. Thank you.
Your aim a hole. An ominous portent. Let's keep going. Allow me to repair the damage. This will heal you.
Oh, jeez. I died fast. We just need to get at that final bit.
We must challenge our assumptions.
Come on. 2.5 meters, you can do it.
This will restore you.
Who's still there?
Touch from afar.
Justice.
Get the mercy, get the mercy, get the mercy. Nice. Beware the Reaper.
This will improve your condition.
Nice. With time left on the clock. Ladies and gentlemen.
Score 3-0. Switch.
This is stressful.
Just a little bit.
Prepare your defenses. Select your
It's quite stressful.
Extreme stress, more likely than you think.
Yeah. Crazy how true that is. Orisa was a pain in the butt.
It was irritating, yes. Watch him bring out a forest straight away.
Science will reveal the truth.
Just everyone
Oh,
using
probably.
Pharahs these days. Like Pharahs and soldiers. They're everywhere.
Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock.
Well, some of the pros say Pharah and soldier were decent or something.
Tick-tock, tick-tock.
Mhm.
Attackers incoming in 30 seconds.
Hammond is awesome.
Someone out there that needs to be...
You have proven this many times.
G'day, mate.
Mostly in the event.
Just in general, though.
G'day.
Yeah. No, I said
Junkrat, why?
he'd be my new main at some point.
5,
At some point.
3,
I think it was last
1.
year I said that.
Incoming.
And now it's coming true.
Stop the payload.
Hurry up about it.
For your own safety, get behind the barrier.
I also can't heal that Junkrat at all.
Nope.
Dickhead.
They do have a
They're
diva.
coming up.
Touch from afar. Help me.
No, no,
Ah, okay, I thought...
no!
Get the Reaper, get the Reaper.
Defeat.
What if
Oh,
this
damn.
is that far?
upon this.
He sounds French. Is he French?
What?
Pepper, is he French?
No.
Where'd it go?
When faced with a setback, we must.
He's not French. I will quickly
you're
look it up.
kidding me!
I just
I
pulled the Reaper
threw-
closer to me.
I threw out the immortality field thing, it went in beneath the payload, and when it tried to boost up, it glitched through the floor.
Well,
And just disappeared on me. The fuck?
Allow me to repair the damage. Repairing the damage. My strength flows.
May, what the fuck?
Oh jeez, I regret everything.
This will restore you. This will improve your condition.
Really, Reaper? Fucking
That's
really?
much better.
Yeah.
I know.
Okay.
Oh, I shouldn't have gone back.
Like, you can't kill him in a one-on-one.
I'm not dead yet.
What? What? I just got like 2 shot by the Reaper.
Base of operations, Haiti. Formerly.
Allow me to repair the damage.
Nerf this! Take cover!
Touch from afar.
Team up for special attack.
Your body decays.
Don't mind me just finishing off their supports in the background.
Thank you. My ultimate is charging.
Excuse me.
Come over here!
I hear the Reaper.
This will improve your condition.
Found him. He was on top of the ship.
Understood.
Nice.
My ultimate is almost ready.
Diva's coming up top.
Oh, what the fuck?
Yeah, that one.
Oh, I pressed the wrong fucking button.
Ah, yeah. That'd do it.
I changed the keybind to Pepper and I fucking still get used to him.
I'm restoring you.
Okay, should I use my ult?
I'm under attack.
Nah, not yet.
The Reaper's back up top again as well.
Please, I swear to fucking God if he does that one more fucking time!
It's
For fuck's sake!
Gale the Mahul, get into position. Surrender to my will. I cast this forth.
Ah, fuck, my ult didn't even work. Jesus Christ.
Stay in the circle.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Team up for special attack.
This is beautiful. I love it.
Your power.
You guys kept me alive. While
Yeah, we did.
I had Neto right.
My will made real.
There we go. Come on, baby diva. All you gotta do is die.
Oi, tougher than you.
Oh yeah. She couldn't even pull a mech in.
Reaper's up top again.
On top of the ship or in the ship?
Sounds like he's on top.
The power of destruction.
Oh, he's down in front now.
Surrender to my will.
Oh, come on.
60 seconds.
Let them up.
Oh no.
This will heal you. You're seeing me today.
No, 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 no.
That is the third time I've been solo ulted by that cunt, and it is really beginning to piss me off. Like, are you fucking kidding me?
Methodology is required.
Okay, we have to hold them for 2 minutes.
Oh my god.
Stay in the circle, stay in the circle, stay in the circle.
It is how Reaper can like run at you and like.
Yeah, it's because of the amount he heals. It's fucking incredible. It's so hard to 1v1.
I am unstoppable.
Oh, great.
Yeah, but they did that on purpose, which is what I hate.
Yeah, you pretty much can't 1v1 me.
Get into position.
They destroyed the circle.
I know, like immediately.
Surrender
To my will. Your body decays. I'm on fire. You'd be wise to stay out of my sight. That's
Woohoo!
much better.
Curious, come to the door.
Is that Reaper?
Allow me to repair the damage. You seem in need of aid.
You know what I mean? Even 2 people are having trouble killing you.
Oh god. I'm screwed. No! Ah. For a moment I thought I had that.
Is he still? Oh, good. Someone actually killed.
That changes my thinking.
Then the fire immediately booped me off right after I laughed at him.
This will restore you.
Justice reigns from above.
Oh.
I require assistance. There he goes.
Nerf this.
My shield's gonna run out. Oh, it didn't run out. Oh my god. There's one in the back.
Team up for special
Let them up.
No, Sonic, I'm sorry.
I don't know if it works. I didn't realize you were gonna pop that. I just dropped it in front of you guys. Because I knew I was probably gonna die.
I just panic dropped it.
Oh
I
god.
don't know what I did. Good to know.
I have my ult, but this is gonna get weird. It's gonna get so clutch.
I got you guys. I got you guys.
That changes my thinking.
surrender
To my will.
Wait, if you focus that far. Never mind, I got it. Nice. The maze all got it.
Repair the damage. Gale the Mahal.
The Moira's solo. Come on. There we go. Now get the honor.
Let them up.
Yes.
Nice.
Play of the game.
This wasn't even goats. I guess anything with 3 healers is considered goats.
No, but there was no... Oh, we had a Brigitte, that's true.
Yeah, no, she switched off about halfway through the center stage.
Yeah.
Oh, Chad.
46 eliminations? Jesus Christ.
Epic.
To be expected.
No idea what my healing was. 14,000. Still silver.
17,000.
Immortality field deaths prevented 10. I love that though. Holy shit!
I love that there's a stat for that.
Yeah, so do I. You outdid me by like 3,000 healing. Holy crap!
Okay, 3 for 3.
Piggies. I've noticed that if I'm playing Bappo and you're on like Moira or something, we always seem to get a third.
Yeah, that seems to be how it's working out. Alright, ready for another?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I kind of want to just get through these last few so I can eat.
Yep.
Eating is for the weak.
Now entering King's Row.
Oh, it's turnip again.
Prepare
Turnip.
your defenses.
Turn.
They have a 5 stack, including Godbot.
That's reassuring.
Hmm.
They also have Nicholas Mage.
Now, does that count as a wizard I should add to my friends list?
I was just about to ask that actually.
I don't know if that counts.
I think it counts. It needs to count.
Science will reveal the truth.
It's pretty brilliant fun. Play on words.
I grow
I don't know.
tired.
Yeah.
What you wanna call it.
I wish I was smart enough to come up with something like that.
I know, right? I keep seeing, I see these quite often playing games. It's just like, how come I can't think of cool stuff like that?
Well, you guys all actually thought of your own usernames. Mine was my random name search fucking 6 years ago.
You played with Turnip before.
Yeah, wasn't he playing?
You played Hanzo before.
We need to stop giving him Hanzo.
Don't play DPS.
5, 4, 3, 2.
Play tank, man.
Attackers in.
I learnt today that Scorpion from Mortal Kombat's name is Hanzo.
Is it?
Yep.
Well, I was always a Sub-Zero player, so, you know, I don't really care. It just means I dislike him even more.
Like, now I know the reason why I don't like him.
Burn the monkey! That's where he went. Try. Oh no, Kiryu!
Allow me to repair the damage.
Stay in the circle!
No, don't say this. I need to steal as much healing off Wizard as I can.
Hey! Rude.
This is my will. Surrender.
Hey, I
to
want to
my
get
will.
more healing points. It's never gonna happen, but I want it.
I keep failing with my grappling hook thing, and it's kind of annoying.
This will improve your condition.
I mean, he's not as bad at DPS as he thinks.
Yeah, but you know what people are with DPS in this game.
This will heal you.
Most of them are
Hit and miss.
so we'll just kind of chill.
I've got you in my sights.
Oh! Oh!
Stay in the circle, stay in the circle. Back to the corner of the point. No, mine, it ran out already. I'm sorry, Gears, I can't.
Hanzo
Too bad I got him.
Oh no, Hanzo got me in the back of the head.
Yeah, Hanzo just messed up.
The Hanzo killed 2 of us. Nice.
I got the Hanzo.
Helden sterben.
No!
Dead yet.
They're Winston.
Get into position.
Dragon consume you.
You know what? Fuck you too, Winston.
Oh, it's a monkey. I shouldn't have done this.
Yuga waga
Yeah, Josh just.
I tried to stall it. I shouldn't have done it.
Diva!
Oh, Diva! There was an
a flaw in my
attempt.
approach. Objective lost.
That's alright.
Stop the payload.
I am ready to unleash coalescence.
Curious, where are you going?
Nowhere.
Wherever
Oh my
Curious wants to go.
god.
This will restore you.
Ow, yeah, you got me too.
Join the Geshu. Surrender to my will.
So you can't damage boost Hanzo's arrow, but can you use Vapo's ult to damage boost? Oh, come on, Hanzo! Please stop! That monkey's gonna get so annoyed.
Regenerating your cellular structure.
I have good healing. Yeah.
Tell me how.
That's because I've mostly been doing damage at this stage. I've got silver
Yeah.
damage.
Oh shit, yeah, I
Get into
switched over and I
position.
started doing more healing.
That's
Almost
good.
got Bob.
Bob!
Oh, jeez.
Evade.
I had nowhere to escape
Bob's
to.
out.
Let them up.
I need healing. I need
This will
healing.
restore you.
Thank you.
Surrender to my will.
I need to die.
They have their own Bob!
This will improve your condition.
I love how much, like,
Got you in my sights.
his, Bob's gun, you can actually hear how much damage it's about to do to you. It has more punch to it. Oh no.
I don't like it, and I don't like the Moira as well. It does so much damage.
Yeah. Damn.
I'm not even gonna try and contest that, I'll just die and that'll be pointless.
That changes my thinking.
Payload has reached the checkpoint.
The name's McCree.
I cast this forth. I need healing. Prepare your
Run. I should stop doing that.
Activating self-destruct sequence.
I will unlock
Nice, killed the Mercy.
I'm gonna go Junkrat.
Oh jeez.
to my will.
I'm so dead.
Oh, yep, same.
Oh, come on!
Oh my god, the Hanzo.
I'm not dead yet.
He's a bit fucking bullshit, isn't he?
Oh my god! My health dropped.
What?
I'm not dead yet. Get into position.
Do something!
Engel is down.
You seem in
Stay nearby, please.
Sequence.
No, I changed.
Check it out.
I require assistance.
I don't know where her Bob went, I think it went down.
My condition
She's up the
is
top.
improved.
Avenge me.
Unfortunately, turned it did.
The power of destruction.
The fuck?
Regenerating yourself.
Oh, there's a Ash up here.
Your strength fades. This
I've
will
almost got
restore
my
you.
ult.
Surrender to my will.
Oh jeez, I just watched my health drop again. Oh, that's gonna hurt.
I'm restoring you.
I was
Get into
terrified there.
position.
Mm-hmm. No, Junkrat.
I require assistance. Allow me.
Activated.
60 seconds
Monkey's low.
Oh my god, there's Hanzo.
I know.
This will restore
Nah.
you. Seemingly evade.
Yeah, the Hanzo's ruining all of us at the moment.
Nice kill on the soldier.
Your strength fades.
30 seconds remaining.
Get over here and heal up the map. Amplification matrix locked. Shot.
Regenerating your cellular structure. Get into position. Surrender to my will.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
I got it. I got it all.
I'm restored.
Oh, the fucking Hanzo, for fuck's sake.
Oh god.
Every goddamn time.
There can't be many left, right? Oh no, Jets.
I got
Not
the
dead
mercy
yet.
though.
Which is good enough in our books.
Is my will.
Because fuck Mercy.
Tell me how this feels.
Nice save, Curious. I don't like these stressful matches.
Score 2-2. Switching sides. Prepare to attack.
I still have gold healing though.
Your hero.
Damn it.
Oh, so I have to tank?
We could just DVS again.
You can go healer and I can go tank if you like.
I can just go tank.
Also true.
Science will reveal the truth.
What do you feel like, Jats?
Hell
Just
yeah.
because I'm watching Critical Role.
Ah.
Attack
Have
commences
fucking
in
Matt talking
30
you from two
seconds.
different things.
You can keep up with me?
He says he's sorry.
Oh, come on. That is just rude. Guys, they have a Bastion.
Vocabulary
Oh good, so don't use the main door.
Use this
No,
side dory.
No, he's hiding.
4, 3,
To the side?
1.
Past
Or can
the
you just
choke.
hear him?
No, he's past the choke. I saw him.
Objective A.
It looks like he's hiding in the hotel.
My
Or
will
on the
may
corner of the
reveal.
point. When I find out where he is, I can just... Never mind.
I'm under
Alright,
attack.
this is gonna be fun. Wait a moment, I'm gonna throw out my invulnerability field.
This will restore you.
Burn him down,
no,
burn him down,
I
burn him
didn't
down, burn him down.
I need to recharge.
He was so
Your strength.
low!
Yeah, but they've also got the Orisa. And that shield is brutal on us.
You seemingly evade.
Sorry, we're out of the choke now.
Oh, I'm not.
No! I can't even make it.
Hi, Curdle stuff.
Nah.
Hope your day's going well.
We have to back out, find a different room.
I'm gonna go
I'm not
Sombra.
dead yet.
And hack
This
the
will
Bastion.
restore you.
There, I don't.
Gonna hack him
My
real good.
ultimate is ready to be unleashed.
Like, I can take him with Junkrat, but I also don't want to leave his better tank. Well, second tank.
How long does Widow's ult last
Surrender
for?
to my will.
30 seconds.
Oh shit!
Help me.
That's scared.
Allow me to repair the damage. Gale the Mahal. Allow me.
Tactical visor activated. Let them up.
Where's the Bastion?
Right on the point. Bend it,
Keep hack,
bend it, bend it,
keep
bend
hack.
it.
I'm restored.
Yeah, we're all dead.
Oh, they're all on it. Okay.
I thought when he got hacked, he got out of his alt form.
No. Nope. It only pulls him out of turret form. Since his ult
Okay.
is an ultimate, they wouldn't cancel out the ult that badly.
I must reflect upon
You
this.
can only do that to, you know.
Okay, let me try again.
Get into position.
They will actually probably wait for the hack to stop instead of moving in early.
All better. Now.
I just need to find where he is again.
Could be right in the middle of the point. Let us know when you're done and we can move in.
I got the Aretha instead.
Move in on it. Focus him down, focus him down, focus him down.
He's hacked, he's hacked, he's hacked.
Nice! Fuck that one. I don't know who the leader is.
I will not be denied.
Thank goodness.
I like the sound effect of this thing.
Oh, when you shoot through it, yeah. I'm gonna go play with her a bit.
That changes my thinking.
I'm gonna go flank and get that Bastion.
Oh, that. Whoops, that didn't make it to the window.
We must ensure.
Was it
the
another
payload
bastion? Are they still running that bastion?
Yeah, he's altered.
This is my will.
I'll wait for him to finish and then I'll use my ult. I'm at 95%.
He's dead.
Never mind, he's dead.
Save ult, save ult.
Gale the Mahal. Get into position.
Everybody's ulted.
Strength flows from you. Surrender to my will.
Double.
Oh shit, the payload.
Hello.
Oops.
I cast this forth.
Okay, bastion set up.
They've still got the Bastion.
He's on the corner this time.
Let them out!
Oh, Reaper! Shit, there's Reaper on our backline, by the way.
Yeah, I see him.
I need to recharge.
Yeah, he found me really good.
I require assistance.
I'm still not used to his fucking his immortality field. It doesn't throw the way I'm expecting.
Yeah, I know.
He throws it a lot further.
Oh, damn.
Your body.
I think their diva has regrets.
Surrender to my will.
No, I couldn't keep you alive through that Bastion.
I was trying to back up, but I couldn't.
I know.
Is the Bastion
Perhaps
out
a
now?
new methodology is required.
He's out in the open a bit more. I think he's probably near the cart.
Why are we stopped?
I can use my.
Hit the letter
Do-do-do.
this payload.
The Reaper's looking for me.
Allow me to repair the damage. I'm under attack. Restoring you.
They've pushed us back very far. I don't like this.
Where is the Bastion? I
I
can't
will
see
only
him.
make
Oh, there he is.
Let them out.
He's gonna ult.
Reaper in our back line.
I hacked him for the time.
Alright, we're good.
Allow me.
We were good.
No! Fuck! We made it.
Ah, Orisa put up the shield. I couldn't kill the Bastion.
Bastion's hacked.
Really?
I cast this forth.
That helps.
I will draw the strength.
I don't know how I died then. Okay.
I'm gonna die.
Gale
Yep.
the Mahal.
I'm gonna go heavy damage.
We really need to coordinate.
Perhaps a new methodology.
Yeah, everyone just keeps kind of doing their own thing.
Group up with me. Join with me.
Hence
I got my
why
ult.
Diva just ran in by herself and just got fucking destroyed.
Oh,
This will restore
I got my ult.
Okay, so what are we doing?
All the ults.
to my will.
All the ult. I'm gonna ult after he.
Watch the Bastion.
Okay, ready? I'm ulting.
Reaper's
Ready,
up top,
ready,
he's
ready.
gonna ult on you.
Oh god. I tried.
Cease your resistance.
Ow.
Jeez.
No.
I must reflect upon this.
Defeat. Play of the game.
This is not a play of the game anyone needs to see. Nobody needs to see this.
I mean, Turnip was saying he's a bad DPS. I just think he's a bad player. He was just standing in fire, just taking hits.
Yeah.
Fuck, you hella out fucking healed me. Jesus.
Oh yeah.
Epic.
Pure class.
Did me by like 4k this time. Yeah, I was only at 19,000.
That was a 15-minute game. Three games to go. So what's the plan? Right into the next one?
Yep.
Yeah, I don't. I have smoke after this match, so.
I can barely hear you, Sonic.
That's because I was talking quietly. Yeah, I'm gonna have a smoke after this match and then I'll finish it off.
Alright, sounds good. We can take a 5-minute break after this one.
So if our track record continues, we should win this one.
Or lose this one and win the next.
True.
Okay, I have a button.
I totally forgot that I had music playing in the background. It's just that quiet that I can't hear it in the middle of the games.
Where are all of my Overwatch League emotes? Oh, there they are. There. I find it relevant.
That one, not so much.
To Rialto.
Ooh.
Prepare to attack. Select your hero.
Science will reveal the truth.
Now show them.
A chance to focus. Ability informed.
Attack commences in 30
Okie dokie.
All systems operational. Diva, ready for combat.
Need healing.
I need to disable
I
my
read
Discord
chat.
in-game overlay.
Yeah, it was...
Read the chat and when he's like, I'll fill, and I'm like, oh, okay. And then I read the next bit and I'm like, oh, okay.
Hmm.
Second there, I thought he was just saying you had pathetic lips, and I was like, wait a minute.
What?
The power of destruction.
I mean, how does he know?
Well, I mean, I'm all good, but I don't know about you guys.
Become Paula. I need to reach
Oh. Also, we've got 3 supports. I'm switching
Then we should
to...
die.
I was gonna say we should just roll with it.
We must all make
Yeah, we'll roll with it for a bit, but it doesn't seem to be working so far.
I mean, it's been 40 seconds into the match.
And we all died.
Yeah, but we got halted off. That's not really
I'm
something
restoring
you can really do support
Let's
wise.
get the
What?
Hold on.
my will made real. Yes.
Here comes T-Racer.
No, we didn't need less tanks, we needed less supports.
Surrender to my will.
Apparently, the supports are still not healing.
Your power.
No!
I have no idea where any health packs are.
Join me.
Now show them.
Let's play a tank
We
I've
must
never
all
played
make
before.
sacrifices in the name of science.
I don't know if a shield tank is what we need here.
Why we stop?
Come out and face me. I have found the enemy. Come and face me.
Not again.
I'm trapped. I'm trapped.
I have no bubbles, I'm sorry.
I feel useless, I need to switch to something else.
Oh,
My will made real. That changes my thinking.
Come on! Just fuck off!
Get into position.
I'm so over all of the fucking CC in this game.
Yep, me too.
Like, you can't stand still anymore.
There's a new custom game for ya. Overwatch without any CC.
Experience tranquility.
my shield's down. Oh, I
Oh,
went too far.
it's okay, that only killed me.
It's hands.
And that killed everyone else.
We must all make sacrifices in the name of science. The power of destruction.
Oh, come on.
Surrender to my will.
Dragon consume you.
Oh, I'm stuck.
That's okay. As long as we're moving the payload, that's all that matters.
Not yet. Touch from afar.
30 seconds.
I will draw the strength from your body.
Can someone get the monkey?
McCree's at top.
Oh, he's up top.
My shield's down.
And I have no heals. I'm sorry.
I got him. I got him. Can I ult through her shield?
No.
Gale the Mahal.
Nice.
No, that didn't connect. How? Bullshit!
You know what?
Wait,
Fuck
what?
you, Junkrat.
She could fade out of that?
Fade out of... Zarya's ult, yeah.
But you can't recall out of it. Or,
Correct. Reaper and Moira can fade out of Zarya ult.
So how come? No, I thought Reaper couldn't wraith out of it anymore.
Oh, actually, maybe you're right.
Prepare your defenses. Select your hero.
Oh, actually, I might go Zarya. Sonic, what are you thinking?
Trolling.
Hmm.
No, to be honest, I got no fucking idea. Run the shield yourself,
Together,
which is fun.
we are strong.
Game on.
It is time to act.
I'd rather the Mercy didn't run shield herself.
Attackers incoming in 30 seconds.
I mean, if she switches, I'm more than happy.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm still gonna try, but I've given up all hope of winning this match. As I said, we're obviously outmatched. Like, we barely got across the bridge in the
They have a
first 3
tracer.
minutes of...
One. Attackers incoming.
Barriers on you. Go.
The payload.
She's rough flanking behind us.
Don't know what happened to them more, but okay.
She ballsed up her fade. That's what happened.
Give me your best shot. Don't be shy. Hit me.
Oh no, Mercy, come on. Oh god.
What? Oh, bull fucking shit game!
Enemy contact.
Go. That tickles.
This is not your puzzle.
What? How did Mercy die?
Watching your back.
Moira
Moira.
in the back line that everyone ignored.
Ready for battle. Maximum charge.
I'm gonna go get Mercy.
Barriers on you.
Grace is coming in behind again.
Don't hold back. You're covered. Maximum charge. Perseverance is the key.
Oh!
Give me your best shot. Barriers on you. Go.
We still need you.
Wieder mal zu ihr!
Payload is approaching.
You're joking. Oh my god.
Oh, I thought that would save me.
Defeat. Play of the game.
Alright. 5 to 10 minute break. Oh no, we lost Curious.
Oh no.
So,
Why did we lose Curious?
I don't know, she just
Didn't
said
she
that
say
she
she's
had to go.
gonna just... Oh.
You said what?
She said in the chat just then that she had to go.
Ah, okay. I have one piece of rice stuck between two of my keys on my keyboard and I can't get it out. Alright. We ready?
Yeah.
As ready as we can be.
Yeah.
As long as they don't get a match like that last one.
Yeah, pretty much.
Going to see Avengers tonight.
That's exciting.
I actually haven't watched any of the Marvel movies in cinemas, so I was thinking of watching bloody Endgame. No, my luck, it'll probably be fucking sold out though. I know yesterday was. This one's like 3 hours long, isn't it?
Yep. My brother watched it last night. He got home at like 12 o'clock.
Actually, isn't fucking Captain Marvel in this one? Whatever the hell the name is. See, that'll throw me off a little bit. I'm not too sure how much her movie would tie into
I haven't watched that one either.
movie, because, yeah, I haven't watched it. I'll probably wait till it comes out in the Play Store and just rent it like I usually do.
Yeah, that works too.
Traveling to Iconmore.
Ooh. Oh no, we're against Mojo.
Fences. Select your hero.
Oh god.
I can go tank if you prefer, Sonic. If you want to go Baptiste. Yeah? Alright.
Hello. Hello.
Hate to break this to everyone, but
Hello.
blow up the boss. Someone beating us to it.
Attackers incoming in 30 seconds.
I forgot about that Junkrat interaction.
Greetings. Hello. 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 Hello.
5, 4,
Greetings.
2, 1. Attackers in from afar. Defend objective A.
Your power is mine.
I think that's a fair trade.
My will made real.
A very fair trade. Oh! Oh jeez, I'm gonna die. There it is. Okay, not a fair trade anymore.
I must reflect upon this. The power of destruction.
Oh, Wiz, I can't.
Oh, I didn't realize he was asleep until too late. Oh, the Ashe is a good shot. Be careful.
Objective lost.
Brian's half over there.
Stop the payload.
That changes my
He's dead.
thinking.
Someone got him.
Hello. Greetings.
Allow me to repair the damage.
Hello.
Your strength ebbs.
Oh, I didn't have my frickin' fade.
He's asleep, he's asleep.
Heal up.
That changes my thinking.
Hello. Greetings.
Oh my god, where'd you go, where'd you go?
Greetings.
This will restore you.
Somebody get me some healing.
Surrender.
The McCree got more kills than he should have. Oh, I didn't realize the frickin' wrecking ball had altered. I walked right into it.
That changes my thinking.
Nice.
Hello.
This will heal you.
I require assistance.
I want my ult.
I require behind my body.
Team up for special attack.
Oh no. Sonic. Nice.
Repairing the damage.
Greetings.
I missed you.
Success.
Hello. Bob's taking a breather. Somebody get me some healing.
Behind the barrier.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ligam Karula. This is my will. Surrender to my will. I feel unstoppable. Get into position.
Nice. Don't know if we needed to use 2 ults on that, but nice.
Oh well.
3 ults? There was a fire ult in there apparently as well.
3.
Hey,
Yeah, we used 3.
somebody get me some healing.
Hmm.
Restoring you.
Hello.
The power of destruction.
There's a Hammond over to the left.
Your strength.
I'm gonna die.
Allow me to repair the damage.
Oh no! I'm hoping I killed a few.
Please move behind the barrier.
Repairing the damage.
Hello. Hello.
This is my will. This will improve your
60
condition.
seconds remaining.
Surrender to my will.
Enemies re-engaging.
Watch from afar.
Nice.
Hello. Please move behind the barrier.
Here it comes.
30 seconds remaining.
Let's finish this.
Your body decays. Gale the Mahal.
Somebody get me some healing.
This will improve your condition.
Where's the Ash?
Down by a health pack, she's fine.
Time is running out.
This will
Push
heal
them
you.
back. Greetings. Hello.
I feel unstoppable. Team up for special attack. Overtime. Round 1 complete.
Okay.
Score 0-1. Switching sides. Prepare to attack. Select your hero.
After we've done placements, would either of you want to join me in Sea of Thieves?
Nah, I gotta get off soon.
Okay.
People are gonna be over soon.
Fair enough.
No, I'm gonna be making food as soon as we're done with placements.
Fair.
Science will reveal the
Not
truth.
entirely sure what I'm making though. I don't think we have anything in the house.
Your mother would have been proud of you.
Frozen pizzas.
You didn't know my mother very well.
We don't have any.
Frozen nuggets.
Attack
We
commences
don't have
in
any.
30 seconds.
Frozen peas?
We don't have any.
Oof.
All that stuff they pumped into me has to be good for something.
Yeah, we haven't gone for a decent shop in a while. I think we have
Mm.
bread.
Hello. Hello.
I think it's probably just gonna be toast.
5,
Toast is good. I like toast.
3, 2,
Hello.
1. Attack commencing.
This is my
He fucked that up.
injured again.
Hold on, I need to scratch my nose. I can't heal.
I know, I've had to scratch my nose multiple times during this game. Oh god, I shouldn't have done that. I should have faded away. Not in.
He was almost out of max.
Hello.
The hamster's asleep.
Nice.
I'm not dead yet.
Alfara should be able to help you.
I don't think he has deep blood.
Nice.
Shots find them.
Not contact emergency services.
Objective A captured.
We must ensure the payload's progress.
Ah, damn, I wasn't quick enough, Sonic. I'm sorry.
I was actually, with Fortify I can survive a lot. I was hoping the soldier was gonna put down a fucking healing kit. That probably would have kept me alive long enough to get a rock off. It's kind of
Hey, Mahal.
My ultimate is almost ready. Denied. My sights.
Oh my god.
This will heal. Surrender to my will.
soldiers in the castle.
I am ready.
Team up for special attack. The payload moves.
Probably a bit of a early fault. Thought the fight was gonna last.
Into the unknown.
Nope!
He wasn't quick enough.
Goodbye, Zen! I managed to get Zen off the edge.
Whew.
Play of the game.
How many more games do you need?
I think it's just
one more. Yep, one more. And that last one needs to be a victory. I'm gonna quickly open the loot box. I got some coins. Alright, you ready for the final game?
Sure.
Yes. Hopefully it's a win, because I think that'll get me to gold.
Nice.
No, it won't. It'll get close.
Oh.
There's like a slight thunder noise on the main screen, and it's tripping me out.
It's pretty cool though.
That's not what I meant to do.
Welcome to Paris.
Oh.
Prepare
Oh.
to attack. Select your
Oh. I don't know this map. I played this map like 3 times.
I can't get in.
No, give it a bit.
Give it a bit.
There we go.
Takes a while to play.
I think what it does now is it actually waits for everyone rather than just loading some people in early.
Yeah. That way people can't fucking rush pick things. Just because they got a good connection. And otherwise I'm playing a tank.
Science will reveal the truth. We all have our jobs to do.
Hey!
attack commences in 30 seconds.
So I can punch her, but I can't shoot her. Interesting.
Hello. Hi there.
There's a joke in there somewhere.
Watch your language. Watch your language.
안녕, 새해 복 많이 받으세요. 새해 복 많이 받으세요. 새해 복 많이 받으세요.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attack commencing. Capture objective A.
Hurry up about it.
That really hurt.
What's up there? Oh, it's turret.
This will restore you.
No!
We must claim the objective. Touch from afar.
No!
I'm dead.
There you are, Sifford.
Oh, I'm alone!
There was a flaw in my approach.
Hello there.
Allow me to repair the
wait.
damage.
Where's?
So, I'm gonna give Anna. No, wait, stop. I want to give Jats the old charge or closer.
Help me!
Use caution.
My ultimate surrender to my will.
Oh no, that hurt. I want. If the shield goes down, I can probably switch.
Get into position. I'm restoring.
Yep.
The Torb turret sucks. I don't like it.
Der Kampf ist noch nicht vorbei.
This needs to be a victory, come on. Oh jeez. Oh, that got me.
How?
Threading the needle.
Should you be able to? Where
When faced with a setback, we must challenge
You
our
want my
assumptions.
boost, Sonic?
I can probably give it to Winston. Works better with
Allow
him
me
than
to repair the damage. Enemy turret within my sight.
Cease your resistance.
Restore
No!
Seriously, how?
Surrender to my will. Helden sterben nicht.
Gale the Mahal. My enemy turret is no more. This objective must
Nah, we got this anyway.
Oh no! We don't. It's not guaranteed.
How is he not dead?
Who's left on there?
I must reflect upon this.
How? The fuck?
Half their team was still there.
Healing enough. Enemy turret.
How did I
within my
not
sight.
kill that fucking Torbjorn?
60 seconds.
He had no health. Nada.
Oh my god, oh my
Enemy turret within my sight.
Like, I understand that Moira and Mercy are strong healers, but fuck.
Hey.
Enemy turret ahead.
30 seconds.
Enemy turret ahead.
No! Doomfist, no.
Oh, I won't. I can't. I keep getting targeted.
Destroyed.
10 seconds.
Mercy is so low. She's so low.
We must increase our efforts.
Got Mercy.
This will restore you.
Not that it matters. Everyone else.
No, I'm not gonna make it. That was rough.
Score 0-0. Switching sides. Prepare your defenses. Select your hero.
God, are we going full cheese? If this guy's smart, he'll pick a Orisa.
I will prove myself.
Really? We needed one thing to make this work.
Attackers incoming in 30 seconds.
It's just a flesh wound. Who's ready to party?
Show them what you can do.
5, 4, 3, 2,
Who's
1.
ready to party?
Attackers incoming. Defend
You're not
objective A.
scared, are you? Let's get to work. Who's ready to party? Call it the quick. You might want to keep your taking heavy fire.
Oh, I'm hacked.
Double kill.
Giving you a little extra. I'm on fire. Come on, try me.
Guys, are we not?
I want to stay close to the point. I don't
Okay.
want cheese in a bloody cap office.
Let me patch that up.
Hence why you guys can still stay up. I just want to move back to Bastion.
Armoring you up.
Sombra, I've played against enough fucking Bastions. I know what you're gonna do.
So got some move.
Junkrat.
Rally to me!
Gale the Mahal!
Take some armor.
Still Junkrat up in that top room.
Step off.
I want that Junkrat dead.
Where is he?
It's up in this room.
Still?
Feeling better?
He didn't leave, surprisingly.
Get into position.
Giving you a little extra.
More surprised we didn't kill him.
I don't really mind.
The power of destruction.
Funky's going into you.
Yeah, with Moira.
Hold it to quick. Shield's taking damage. Armoring you up.
Oh god.
Special attack.
You might want to keep your
We
Nice.
need to kill that before it destroys the...
Oh god, I'm gonna die.
I'm at 103 health.
much better.
No!
My ultimate is ready to be unleashed.
60 seconds remaining.
Back in the fight.
No! I thought there was a bit of a ledge there, to be honest. Damn.
Defeat.
Unfortunate. Time to see where I got.
Play of the game.
Hey!
Nice.
What? Ow.
Giving you a little extra.
Okay.
Your turret did most of the work. Here we go. What have I got? Oh,
Fucking what?
that's rough.
What?
It'd be because we played most of our games with
No,
Jets and Curious.
No, look at my profile.
View profile. Mmm.
Yeah,
Okay, I did
that's what I'm
very
saying.
badly compared to you.
Fucking What?
Okay, you know why?
I don't.
Be-
I don't understand.
I can tell you exactly why. Because there isn't a lot of data on Baptiste, and so it decided you did well as a Baptiste at our level, therefore it bumped you up higher.
I thought they got rid of that.
I don't think so.
Didn't they get rid of that with people
Oh, wow.
bloody with people fucking you doing the whole mercy trick and everything and using off-brand characters to rank up quicker? I
Dunno.
thought they got rid of that like 5-6 seasons ago. I mean, it sort of makes sense because like season 14 I finished at 2700, season 13 2500. So I guess it makes sense. I just wasn't expecting it.
Yeah, I'm at 2384. 83, sorry.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah. Oh well.
Yeah, I'm gonna piss off because I really need some food. Thanks for the games.
Yes, Sam, I gotta finish up some stuff.
No worries. Thanks for the games. See ya.
Have fun
See you
with your
later,
thing, Jets.
bye. Thank you, bye.
Bye-bye. Okay, so I'm going to very quickly switch games. I'm going to restart the stream because that way it'll give the VOD on both YouTube and on Twitch separate files. Oh, I dropped a whole 16 frames at some stage. So, stick around, but if you're not going to, either way, I appreciate you hanging out. At WizardSam on Twitter, I always tweet when I go live, and I will see you guys later. Okie dokie, looks like Aaron is already in game, so I will quickly join off him. Interesting. Did that tweeted the wrong message? Danger here is, of course, that the game uses a fair bit of CPU. Hello. Oh, actually, I probably have push to talk on. Hello! I'm gonna turn push to talk off. Don't know if he can hear me.
you hear me?
Yep, I hear.
Excellent. I had to plug in my headset because it wasn't plugged in.
Oh, well, that would do it.
So I figured I'm not gonna... Playing with the headset is a bit annoying at times.
Yeah.
That. Ah. Yeah. I have 4 gunpowder barrels.
Already?
Yes.
Hmm.
Yeah, when I saw you appear, I'm like, is that someone hiding behind my mask?
Surprise! And then I didn't realize I had push to talk enabled, so I said hello, and then waited a few seconds and went, oh, I'm probably on push to talk. So I assume we're going to Lonely Isle
Yeah,
first?
I didn't even have a hit. Yeah, whichever one I've got highlighted. And then there's a skelly on another island, which we should probably hit. I've got fuck all out of this. This is the final chapter. It's been pretty shit. I've got 2 chests, and that's it.
Yeah, they're not particularly great ones either.
Sometimes there's more of a prize on the island,
Yeah.
other than,
That's been my experience as well.
being alone. Like, I don't want to just look around the island.
Yep, I have that concern as well.
Like, I know there's a sloop off to our right-hand side, off in the distance. I
Ah.
think it's a sloop anyway. I saw it between the rocks.
Mm.
But there it is.
It's somewhere.
See, I can see it.
It has, a lot of colourful lights.
Must have died a few times. You can change the colour of your ship lanterns.
Oh.
Did you know that?
I mean, I usually just run without the lanterns on, so I didn't even know that.
Yeah, so, why, generally? Could you be coming this way?
No, they were going the opposite direction.
I don't like heading in the general direction as the Skelly ship thing, because it increases the chance, apparently.
Yeah. The game's just rough.
The shipwreck off to the left. Wanna go there?
Yeah, let's do it.
Bit far, but yeah.
Well, the next spot is quite far anyway, so... Where did you see it so that I know where to go?
Yeah, keep turning.
Keep turning.
Well, you can see it now. It's a shipwreck.
As a reminder, I am streaming, by the way.
Okay.
I can't see a shipwreck myself.
I am heading
Hi, Pearly.
for it now.
Oh, I see it now. Yeah, that's definitely a shipwreck.
It's definitely a shipwreck. You sure now?
Yep. That's the butt of a ship if I've ever seen one.
I've also got a plank crate. Any extra planks you have, feel free
That's good.
to deposit. I've gotten quite a few pulled out of that the last few times we've done it, so it's definitely worth just picking up.
Yeah. I'm almost at 200,000 gold.
almost. I'm at 140.
Hmm.
We're buying the next quest.
Yeah, I can do that, no problem. I have, let's see, I've got one skeleton one and one Merchant Alliance run. That's a level 2 level 25 ones. What?
Just doesn't look quite like a ship, does it?
As I said, the butt end of a ship. You're gonna crash into it, aren't you?
That would be right.
Okay. Want me to go down there?
Sure.
Ooh, a skull.
Okay, you immediately found something. Bring stuff to the surface like always, and
It's usually a good sign.
shooting at us.
Oh, that's not very nice. The Wreck of the Liar's Fortune. There's some fine sugar next to the ship.
Oh, shark! Shark!
Oh, I see him. Hi, Shark. How you doing? Right then, I'm gonna steal some cannonballs. And some wood. And then down the stairs. Oh, there's nothing here. Oh no, wait, there is. Exquisite spices.
Excellent.
Yeah. Oh jeez, I heard that. I'm on my way back now.
It shits me. Ah! Knocked off the ship.
Alright, let's go. I'll fix the ship, you go.
It's a really shit spot. Alright, so now I need to go directly north. Josh says he'd love to join later.
What?
Butch says he'd love to join later.
Oh, yeah? I saw the notification for it, but I can't open the Facebook chat at the moment. Cool. And now we wait.
Pretty much. It's a bit of a long sail.
It is, yeah. Trying to dodge the island.
Yep. Hear me? Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, my controller decided to disconnect and reconnect and disconnect and reconnect.
No, that's... You don't want that happening in the middle of combat.
Fun game. I know. It happens when my headset's plugged in. I'm using the other remote, so I don't know what the go is.
Is it running on battery? Because maybe... Maybe the batteries are wonky.
Oh, it's power. What?
In the controller, I mean.
Yeah, who knows? And Sea of Thieves, beware the ships.
Yeah.
Viewer. Who's your viewer?
Dunno. Could be one of 3 names I'm looking at.
Ugh, are we almost there? Well, sort of.
Almost, sort of, not really.
Yeah.
I'm gonna dump the 10 cannonballs I found there.
We're at planks.
Oh, hi, Toyga. Hello, hello. I already put in my planks. Well, Toyga, we've only just started. We found a shipwreck and... Yeah. Well, we have a crate of exquisite spices, a crate of fine sugar, and a hateful bounty skull from it. So not a horrible haul. And how are you doing, Toyga? Toyga is the one who has played way too much of this game, and
okay.
and had the voyages that we were playing last weekend.
Alright.
Yeah, he's that one.
Yup. Yup, yup.
I'm not a fan of the Division games, Toyga. Hmm?
Neither.
I don't know, the graphics just look weird to me. Everything's too sharp. That's good. You realize you raised the sail too early?
Way too early.
I've done that before. Which one's this? Ah, okay. Just the one bit of treasure.
There's a pig crate on the island. I think it's a pig crate anyway.
Cool. There's also some supplies on the other side of the island.
Yeah.
So I will lower the sail a little more and I'll head towards the supplies because that's some easy planks.
It says my controller batteries are low. That explains a lot.
Hmm. She's hungry. Then feed her. No, don't lock her in here with me! Nah, I missed.
Chicken coop, even better.
Mmm. Yep, less maintenance. Oh, the harpoon gun is going to be so good, by the way. Yeah, we'll be able to pull in these barrels without having to actually jump out of the ship. I'm excited for it.
Where did all these come from? Yeah, sorry, I'm just dying.
The ship ran away from me.
I did.
Oh no, other way. There we go. Anything else on the island that we should grab?
Just the chicken coop, which probably is hardly worth getting. Oh, and should be a gunpowder barrel here somewhere.
Oh yeah.
Is. Wanna grab the chicken coop?
Yeah, I'll do that. No problem. Gonna catch ourselves some chickens.
Want to propose one of your quests?
Yes. Lone Cove.
We're right near it.
Yep.
Go in.
Let's go. Which side do we want? Okay, the left.
Which side is Charlotte on? Charlotte.
She's probably on the beach on the left.
Hey. We have to go to a specific outpost, don't we?
Maybe.
We should probably do more Merchant Alliance quests because they're pretty easy. These types of ones.
Not a lot of killing.
In each crate you get like 700 gold.
Yep. It's easy money.
You know? Yeah. I did read somewhere that Merchant Alliance, if you can be bothered, is the most profitable.
I'm quite sure she would be over on there.
Just half the sale. All the way up.
Yep. Yep, there she is.
We're gonna,
Just making sure I don't hit the coast. Because I'm concerned I might.
Oh no, me.
Okay. Oh no, I've heaps of space.
Okay, we have plants, which we need to water.
We've got silks, which we can't get wet.
That's how it works.
So Golden Sands Outpost by the 24th. No. There's also a chicken coop over here. Oh no, more plants! Ooh.
Some more silks.
Oh, that's everything? Cool. So, Golden Sands. Right? That what it said?
Hang on, I want to fill up my barrel. My barrel.
Yep.
What do I call it?
I will help.
Okay. Bucket. So how do you know when they need to be watered?
They start to turn brown.
Okay. Here we go.
I'm gonna quickly map it.
Just gonna steer away from the coast before I lower the sails.
Southwest.
Southwest. Northwest. Over there with all the lights, is it?
No, that's Sanctuary Outpost.
Sail.
Sail.
Of course, the wind is in the wrong direction,
Yeah.
as usual. they're going a little bit brown, I think.
A little bit? Yeah, then just bit of a bucket.
Difficult to say. You collect more water without getting out.
When you watered the plants, the water went under onto the bottom deck.
Bucket. Got it.
Nice shot. What is that noise?
Where'd it go? There'll be a megalodon.
There he is.
Far away is the outpost.
Yeah, not too far.
Far. Enough.
Oh, he might be interested. Tom at the Golden Sands outpost. He'd be one of the shopkeepers.
There's another sloop out ahead, off to the right.
Yeah? Well, we can turn slightly left towards the outpost.
I am threading the needle.
Okay. I don't need watering. There's the outpost, I think. I want to say that's the outpost.
I feel like it's not. Could be.
Feels closer than it should be.
There we go.
Let me... Whoop.
That's the outpost.
Bum. Right side.
Dun, 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 dun. Hey.
It's a big rock.
Yeah. I like the Vietnamese word for yes. It's so easy.
Yeah?
It is perfectly acceptable to respond like this. So you're picking it up.
Oh, hi, Jekyll. Welcome.
Stop picking it up.
Oh! The raid pop-up didn't show up. That's unfortunate. Welcome! Welcome, raiders. I am going to fix my alerts so that we can actually show that.
You wanna bring us into dock first?
Yes. And then I gotta fix this and hit the button. Why did I kill Muxie? There we go. There it is. You're steering the ship?
For the minute, if you want to bring it in, Ken. Yeah, you bring it in.
Alright. The captions are for their own entertainment. I need a little bit more sail than that. Dukel, are you saying you can't spell it? Okay, no more sail.
The sloop coming towards us, I think. Yeah.
Okay, well let's hand everything in.
Go and find Tom.
Yep. There you go, Toyga can spell it. What do you mean it's my native tongue? What's that supposed to mean? Just that it's English? Are you saying Australian is more English than American?
Is.
It is. Just want to hear it from him. But yes, I'd actually be very curious to see English. I'd be very curious to see how my captions understand the word. It would probably get very confused, actually.
Work out who Tom was?
No, I haven't gone in. I'm gonna do that now. He'd be one of the shopkeepers, though. I'm gonna try the shop on the right first. Dougal, part of it, yes, he's on the right. Dougal, part of it is that, I speak too fast for the captions to understand. Oh, no, I missed the ship.
I've done that.
I'm just glad I wasn't carrying the cloth on the way out of the ship.
Oh yeah.
Oh, really? Toyga says the first letter in their names are a clue as to what shop they're at. So, T for tools? I mean, there's no lettering on the front of the shop.
Step in and step up.
It's to me. Ah, I missed the ship.
See, tools and equipment do not start with the same letter. And this says equipment shop.
You'll be back.
Limey? What do you mean, limey? What does that mean? We have an empty chicken coop. That's it. And I passed 204,000.
What we need to get? The gunpowder barrels.
Oh no, not what? Is the sloop nearby?
It hasn't even come near us.
There's a skeleton ship in front of us.
Moved. One more reason to stay here.
Nope, I missed it again.
Faster if we... Faster if you come up and grab a barrel too. Because it's the last one up here.
Remember last time when I tried to drop them from the top and 2 of them got stuck on the ladder?
Yeah, then I blew them up.
Yep.
That was a mistake.
Yep. We were too close. Terrible at this. Actually, do I have a button that...
So what other quests do we have?
I've got a skeleton one, but I can buy more, because I've got 2 empty slots.
Still have to go to this other island as well.
Oh, right, yeah. Actually, where did... yeah.
Sailor's
Ooh.
Bounty?
Yeah, that's Sailor's Bounty. That's nearby, right? No, it's not.
Too far. It's not too far. It's better than, other one, wherever that went. Is it?
Alright,
Skeleton Quest one.
let's see how the captions handle this.
It's over there. Alright.
Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious.
You're too far. Want to activate your skeleton one and see where that takes us?
Sure, I can do that.
Oh, hang on, I've got a decorative coffer to offload.
Oh, right, yeah, I did see that.
I voted for the voyage and I'll get rid of the decorative coffer.
And I will quickly buy a couple voyages.
Quickly now, what do you want? What are you waiting for?
Oh, that's not fair.
Go, go, go!
There is refuge.
Oh, just in time to help us.
Sharkbait Cove.
There's an empty slot.
There is refuge.
Time to get going.
I will also
Okay,
buy
so Wanderer's
a...
Refuge and Sharkbait Cove are all south. So I suggest we go north to Sailor's Bounty, because there's 4 chests on that island. And we come back down. Past this outpost, we'll offload those chests. And onwards to,
Go forth. And
Sounds good. I will
it.
hop on the ship and we shall go.
I will raise the anchor.
Oh, I failed again. So going north first.
Yeah. Check. Yeah, there's a hole.
I will turn us around. Okay.
Yes, indeed. Of course. At least we have nothing.
Yep. Should we waste the rest of our nothing trying to defeat it?
I don't know. I reckon we lure it over to the other sloop,
Oh no.
and then it becomes their problem. Done that before. Works really well.
My last skeleton ship battle was against 2 skeleton ships. We won. We sunk one of the ships, but the treasure despawned before we could go get it because there was a storm.
Oh, okay. I don't think anything's gonna spawn next to us. I think it's just because of that shit that we're getting the music.
Yeah. The poor sloop. It's not fair.
Yeah. We probably could have helped him, to be honest, but fuck him.
We could. Problem is, yeah, but they're still sloops. And that's the problem.
Are we still going in the right direction?
Yeah. Just gonna avoid this rock.
Okay, I'm going to... for a desperately needed urination.
Okay.
I'll be right back.
So, Dukel, how are things? What were you playing today? I forgot to ask earlier, because we were kind of distracted getting everything in. Avoiding that sloop. Oh. And apparently I was distracted there too. I hit a rock. Nobody saw anything, okay? There were no crashes. There are no holes. Didn't see anything. All of this will be gone by the time he's back. He will not know what happened. Is there still another hole somewhere? Nope. Which is very bad at getting water out. There we go. Nothing happened. It's all safe.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
My house just smells like curry.
Sounds nice to me.
We need to head more north.
Yeah. I'm trying to avoid that fort on the right.
Oh yeah. We'll adjust the sails. Adjustment.
I like the music for the smaller islands.
It keeps moving. To keep adjusting the sails.
You mean you can't just leave it and we'll be fine?
Oh, not really.
I'm confused, because the island looks much smaller on the map than it does in front of us.
It's pretty big, remember?
I know.
Just there to the left.
Yep.
It's a lot closer.
Yeah.
Just park somewhere next to the main island, I guess. The big one in the middle.
Will do. I think that's the main one in the middle.
That's the big one. One with the hill.
Yeah. The only one with a hill.
Exactly.
Well, actually, two hills.
So it's boobs. The Boobalicious Island.
No comment. Is that just one of those lanterns that's half in the sand, or is that actual treasure that's glowing there?
I don't see what you're looking at.
It was behind the rowboat. Can't see it at the moment.
Raise the sail all the way. Can see nothing.
Yeah, I don't know what it was then. That's weird. Okay, I will straighten out the wheel and help with the treasure hunting.
What's this? This I found. Chicken coop.
Nice. What's this I found? A disgraced bounty skull. Okay.
That's nice.
Yeah.
Where the fuck is it? Them chests.
Back onto my ship we go. There we go. Now we need these guys. So.
Skellies. Oh, that's a bit close.
Hello, little piggy. How you doing? I'm going to assume this tree is this tree, and that means it should be here. Come on! Yeah? The treasure map lied to me.
Yeah, I haven't been able to find my one yet either. Keep digging holes.
Yeah, I had this issue yesterday as well. I don't know if they adjusted the precision that you need to have when you dig, or if this is like a server issue. Either that or I'm looking at the map wrong.
Mine says it's on the water somewhere. Between two islands. I don't know.
Let me try this one. This one should be really obvious. Yeah. That's confusing.
Let's see how many holes I've dug. Unless, of course, I'm looking at the wrong thing. No idea.
I thought I might have been, but then I... What's this? Oh god. Oh, there's two of them. Ow.
Heard that.
Yep. I'm gonna take the other barrel back. Oh, I forgot the other guy had a gun. No! I don't have bananas! Whew. That could have gone badly.
Oh, finally.
Ow. How far off were you?
X. to my findings.
Straight up we go. Would you like a snake basket?
No. I didn't even know they were a thing.
Neither did I. But apparently they are.
Did you collect a snake?
I haven't seen a snake today.
Have?
Hmm. Maybe we should put all of these on the rowboat and then just...
Get over? Yeah, probably. That would be more efficient.
Everything except for the explosive barrels. I don't trust those.
Especially with skeletons around.
Yep. Have you seen any snakes on this island?
I'm gonna try and find the other two chests while you do that if you like. Righty,
yep.
So... Is...
Oh, I'm out of bananas again. That's the one I was struggling with.
Maybe you
got
were
it
just
first.
in the wrong spot, Matt.
Was I?
So maybe you were just digging in the wrong spot.
Well, where did you dig? Because I was digging out here, which I suppose must have been wrong. Ooh.
Right here.
I really need a banana. Or I might die. I found a chicken. No food though. Oh, there's another barrel down here. I will take this. Aha, 2 bananas.
I'll go look for the last one.
Sorry, I would have. I just didn't have the health.
That's right.
I try not to die, you know. I will, however, grab a chicken. It's only a red speckled chicken.
Here-ish. Oh. Not even anything good.
Yeah. Disappointment on disappointment on disappointment. I'm gonna check underground as well to make sure that we don't miss any treasure down there.
Sounds good. Fucker.
I got nothing.
on my way back.
I will try one of the caves on the...
There's gunpowder barrel over here.
Oh, actually, no.
Out in the open.
Oh, jeez. Apparently my aim is just that bad.
There's a chest here, I'm gonna go grab the gunpowder barrel.
Alrighty. Did you already carry the other chest over?
Carried everything over. It's the gunpowder barrel, so whatever was on the beach, that should be on board, I guess.
Alright, I'll take it towards our boat.
I like that you're in the rowboat.
Okay. Nope. There we go.
Everything.
That's everything.
Apparently snakes are really annoying to catch though. Because you need to play music to them before you can put them in the cage. And like every time they become alert, you have to stop to play music. So it's going to be a joint effort for us to capture one and deliver one.
Okay.
One person could just perpetually play music while the other one walks with it.
Yeah. So what's the plan? Golden Sands Outposts, and then...
I think that's best, unless you want to go direct to get the skellies.
Might as well hand in all these chests.
Gunpowder barrels.
Mm-hmm. Or we could go Sanctuary Outpost, then straight south to Wanderer's Refuge. Don't have to go near the fort.
Up to you. Which direction?
Southeast.
East. Direction?
Southeast. Yep, that's basically it. Yep, that island you can see in the distance.
Okay. Kraken.
Uh-oh. That thing wasn't happy. Okay, I got this one.
Nice.
I think we did it.
There's the treasure over there, so I'll reduce the sail. Two things.
Hey, Master Kraken Hunter!
Use all 10 cannonballs. Krakens have you killed?
10. A new title has been added to my vanity chest. Sweet.
Just here. Back up.
Yep, go, go, go. Go get it.
Sail around it.
Spices, silks. I don't see any bone dust.
Oh, I wanted bone dust.
Maybe the waves push the bone dust away?
Dunno.
I will take a look around.
Can't see anything else.
Yeah, me neither.
Maybe it doesn't always give bone dust. Oh,
Either that or we're
to,
parked on it. What?
It's to the outpost, so I need to go west. Sorry.
Toyga might know more. We got no bone dust out of that.
Sail.
Dropping the sail. Ah. Toyga says the loot you get from Kraken is random. You're only guaranteed bone dust from forts. Oh, interesting. Then we got lucky last time. You're only
Dust from forts.
you're only guaranteed bone dust from forts. The loot you get from Kraken is random.
Enough.
Yeah.
A proper galleon over there, or a skeleton ship?
Looks like a skeleton ship to me.
I think. Now it's a skeleton ship. I can only see the tops of the sails.
Nah. I think we want the
Which part of the island?
the left.
Go around the north side.
Yep.
Yeah, the left side, yeah. My sister is trying to get me to buy her dinner. The answer is no.
Huh. Why?
I don't know, because she's a tight ass.
What was that?
What's that? You're just as confused as I am. Oh, skeleton ship.
Ah.
fight it. Even if we just unload our ship and let it sink us.
Yeah, we could do that. Yeah, I was worried about that. Oh, they've started shooting at us. Toyga, you shouldn't have mentioned skelly ships.
We'll be fine.
Not if they have something to say about it. They just dropped or raised our anchor?
I dropped the anchor.
I heard the anchor move.
Yeah, they raised it.
That's weird.
You're trying to keep us afloat.
Pretty much.
I reckon we unload everything and just spawn somewhere else.
Yeah, but to do that we kind of need to be...
Unload the plank. Unload the plank crate though.
Ah, good point.
Don't waste the planks, because we'll just hand that in.
Oh, jeez. I can't see.
It's a bit dark.
I can't see.
A whole 30 gold for a chicken.
They keep raising and lowering our sail with different cursed cannonballs. That's amazing.
They've given up. Getting the music anymore.
No, I'm still getting the music.
Mine just started again.
Right, did we forget anything in here? Or is it just the explosive barrels at the top?
It's the explosive barrels, I'd suggest.
I'm gonna risk it.
Don't think we've got anything else. I'm gonna grab one too.
Toyga, out of curiosity, have you only played against the Skelly ships in a galleon, or have you also dealt with Skelly ships in a sloop? Because let me tell you, as a sloop, it sucks. I just heard our anchor move again. Yeah, we're still afloat. I'm getting the final barrel now.
Yeah, but there's a lot of holes.
So we just, what are we doing?
I reckon we abandon it. Like, there's a lot of holes.
Well, let's grab whatever wood we've got left in the ship and sell it.
43 in the crate now.
48.
Oh, banana. We'll quickly grab all of our good cannonballs off the ship as well, because we can just recycle a lot of stuff.
Yep, true. I pulled them all out. There's just 36 regular cannonballs left. Wait, what? That's not what I meant to do. Goodbye, ship.
See, that was definitely worth it.
Yeah.
Just have to wait for a new ship to spawn. Oh, a mermaid to appear.
Yeah. Otherwise, we can just go around on the rowboat for a bit.
Walk around and look for supplies.
Yeah, I'm full on supplies, so...
Oh, I got nothing. I need cannonballs. Didn't get on the ship quick enough to grab some.
Oh, that's alright. The snake, snake basket.
Oh yeah, there should be a chicken coop there as well, but
yep.
Don't matter. Even bother because our ship's not going to spawn here. We have to wait for a mermaid.
Yeah, I can see the mermaid.
Yeah, I'm just going to look for cannonballs and then I'll come. I've got 8, that'll do.
We do still have our rowboat, though.
Coming.
Ooh, she's solid. Now, Toyga, imagine being on a sloop and fighting off 2 skeleton ships. There's some waterlogged, luxurious cloth here.
Sanctuary outpost, do you want to deliver it?
It's waterlogged, so we probably won't get much for it.
Okay. I'll just grab this gunpowder barrel then.
No thanks, Toyga. Not in a sloop.
Did he say?
He said you'll have to do that in the ship raid. In the skeleton ship raid, each wave spawns 2 skelly ships.
You're not in the sloop.
We could check what other treasure is on this island before we leave.
Yeah, definitely. We're actually in a pretty good spot. Sharkbait Cove. Bruce Refuge.
Another gunpowder barrel.
Exactly where we want to be.
Some bananas.
And anything else?
1 gunpowder barrel. A cursed cannonball. lightning.
Yeah. Why did you get shocked?
No, I saw it strike near me. If it had striked me, you would have heard the explosion from the gunpowder barrel.
Would have been hilarious.
Mmm.
They want tacos.
I like how even with all the lights on, it's very dark down here.
Didn't find anything else?
No, I'm on the ship. I'm gonna check one last spot. Another gunpowder barrel.
Bounce.
Just up here.
I'll put that on the ship.
Ah, the snake got me. Yep, there's nothing else. Right then. Wanderer's Refuge then?
Then I'll ask you. Yes, I think that's the next closest spot, isn't it?
Yep.
A tornado.
Yeah, that looks nuts. I'm gonna need a bit of sail.
Okay. All the sail.
I'm going southeast, right?
Southeast, yeah. Is your compass
Cool.
working? Nope.
Nope.
I'll just tell you when you're on course. Little more. About there's good.
Cool. I saw that lightning.
Yeah, I'm gonna just go put my dinner on quickly. I'll be right back.
No worries. I will attempt to survive the storm on my own. I will charge my laptop a bit though. Those two skeletons at the bottom look very angry. Captain Thief O'Keefe. Captain Beastly Ben Siddons. What a name. I might build myself a new version of OBS after today's stream. Give myself more features. And fixes.
The joys of living on one's own. No one to cook for you.
True.
Advice, stay home.
Yeah. Well, my parents and my brother are going to the US for like 2 or 3 weeks, so I will have to attempt to survive on my own.
Yeah, but we'll be there for a weekend, so like you sort of won't be surviving, and all you'll be surviving on is pizza.
Yep, pretty much.
How would you shop, actually? Because you don't drive.
The train station near my work has a shopping center right next to it.
Okay, so you're just gonna get a few essentials every day?
Well, the only problem is that shopping center closes at 5. On every day except Friday.
Lunch.
Well, yeah, something like that. Otherwise, I can go one stop further than my house. There's a tiny shop next to that. And then I can go back on the train.
A bit annoying.
Yeah. I'll survive. I'll just buy a lot of 2-minute noodles, you know?
Oh yeah? Just live off that for a couple of weeks.
I mean, there are people who do that.
Yeah. My girlfriend was saying that she did
Uni
that for
students
a while.
mostly.
Like, yeah. What else did she do? She would cook rice and just have that with fried eggs and chili paste.
Oh yeah.
Like most nights, apparently.
Yeah. Life on a budget.
It's like I was actually skeptical when she told me that. Oh, it's with soy sauce as well, by the way. Anyway, she made it for me one night, and I'm like, this is actually pretty good.
Yeah, right.
The
problem is,
there's
like,
a slip on the other side of this island.
Oh, really? Oh, yeah, I see it. The downside is, I would get sick of whatever food I ended up eating that much, you know?
I would, and we're getting shot at by the island.
Yeah, I'm gonna go fix up that hole.
There was no hole.
Yeah, there is. The ship hit the island hit us.
Oh, I didn't get any sound.
Alrighty, I'm going out on this one, yeah?
Okay, yep, sounds good. So we'll defend the ship. You got all
Or
the
run
sides
away
all
if
out.
need be.
Yeah. Hang on. I think they're the ones who ran. Oh no, not quite. They're coming this way.
If they do, just ditch me, I'll
Oh, they're
kill
going away from the
skellies.
island. That's cool. They're not even heading this over here.
Do-do-do-do-do. Nothing's spawning yet.
Yeah.
Good. Sort of circling. Very unsettling.
Yeah, that's a possibility. That's exactly their goal. They want to unsettle you. Here's Skellies.
Oh, if it's one person or a couple?
Don't know, they're too far away to be able to tell.
No.
There's another rowboat here.
Don't we have a rowboat?
Yep.
We do. Like I thought we got one.
Yep. How many rowboats could we attach to a sloop if the game allowed it?
Sailing away from us now, so.
Sounds good to me.
Still no skellies?
One gunpowder barrel.
Wanderer's Refuge. Shark Bank. Oh, this is Wanderer's Refuge. Yep.
Yep, there should be.
Clue.
There should be 3 captains.
Instead, we have nothing.
Well, we have more explosives.
Once more, the Sith shall rule the galaxy.
All 4 of these chickens, as I approached them, jumped up at the exact same moment.
Sick amount of chicken. Sick amount of chicken. Sick amount of chicken and watch those feathers fly. Sick amount of chicken. If you want to dump that there, I'll come get it.
Will do. Oh, it's this island. I recognize this island.
Still don't know what you mean.
Do you remember when you joined me and I was like, you just missed the craziest thing and I will tell you about it after I take a quick toilet break? Yes.
Yeah.
This is the island you found me on.
I'm with it. We have 4 gunpowder barrels already.
Yep. We're rich.
That's sort of.
You would think that gunpowder would be a little better in terms of money you get back from it, because everyone has infinite ammo, as long as they have a, you know, ammo chest. So, wouldn't people have used so much gunpowder that there's not much left, and so whatever gunpowder you do find should net you a lot of money? Or is there just so much gunpowder in this world that that it's not worth much?
Getting sinister music. You need to come back to the ship. You're nowhere near the skeletons.
Okay. Heading back now. Fun fact, we've been playing for an hour and a half. I'm running!
Oh, I think that's a gunpowder. It is!
Where are you?
Where are you going?
I'm right by our ship.
And near the ship. You should be able to see me coming around the corner of these rocks.
Ah, the rocks. Okay.
You can't. I can't even see you. Hang on.
I see you.
Here. You see me now.
Oh, it's a ghost skelly.
Yeah, just blow it up. We can just do that. I'll grab the barrel, you keep killing skellies.
Okie dokie. I will grab more ammo.
I'm also going to move the ship. Yeah, and I'll move the ship around so we're closer to that end.
Sounds good.
Mm-hmm. I can move the ship. You just go and kill them.
I can turn it around at least. While you're swimming back. No worries, Toga. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. And off I go.
When you were saying that you've been walking everywhere, I'm like, oh, I bet I know where they are.
You mean in the area that I haven't been walking? Because it requires swimming? No, I've been here. I was here... This was one of the earlier spots I visited. I'm not seeing any skeletons.
You need to go to the green part where the trees are. You there?
There we go. Hello.
Come on, shaking it, watch those feathers fly.
These guys recover from the light way too quickly. I don't like it.
Shouldn't. Well, it gives you enough time to kill them.
Oh no! It's a gold one with some... with a gunpowder barrel.
In a bucket of water.
I missed.
Is the orc slow?
Oh, come on!
Maybe stand clear.
Yeah, I'm clear. Got him.
Your sword's very ineffective.
I need more ammo.
There you go, mate.
Oh, this is fun. Maybe we should start using some cannons.
Metal ones, are they?
All of them, yep.
closer. Yeah, that's close enough.
Nice. Come on, guys, this way. Towards the cannons. There you go.
Yeah, you can kill the last one.
Now, is there an ammo thing here I could grab, or is it only on the other side of the island?
Not sure. I'm gonna grab the other gunpowder thing. Ow, what happened there?
Gunpowder barrel. Woo! Gold skeleton exploder. That's me.
Getting all these commendations and I'm getting nothing. No.
Oh really? It didn't share that one with you?
Gold
Interesting.
skeleton. I probably haven't blown enough up.
Hmm. Just keep shooting him. That way I can save ammo for the next one.
I'm a trying, man. I'm a trying.
Ooh, okay. Okay. I'm glad these guys spawn during the day. Beastly Ben Siddons.
Not really good. Very good quality skulls.
No. Just hateful ones. There are only 3 on this island, yeah?
I don't know. I haven't looked.
Quite sure it was. Yep. Excellent.
Now we're on to Sharkbait Cove. Direction is that.
South.
And I will go and check on my dinner.
Good plan. I will refill my ammo. And eat a banana. Probably turn left, actually. Interesting.
Little bit longer for my tea.
Oh, I just watched my frame rate dip.
Yeah, mine did as well.
Yeah, I'm averaging 40 FPS.
I'm not sure.
Yep, straight ahead. Which way is the wind going?
Why? Being shot at as usual.
Yep.
It is the finest trading post.
Yep. Except there isn't much trading going on. He's probably got like 3 items.
Yeah. So what can you actually get at these?
I don't know. I'd assume there are certain Merchant Alliance voyages that would take you to it.
My controller died for a second. Back.
Where? Ah.
Controller died for a second. We need to put new batteries in it soon. Planning to get batteries, so...
Yeah, yeah. Step 1, buy batteries. Step 2, put them in the controller.
Yeah.
So yeah, these gaps here on the ship, this is where the harpoon guns will be.
These gaps have always been there though, yeah?
Yep. They had internal concepts of how the harpoon guns would work as early as like before the game's release. But
Okay.
but they'll actually be added in next week. Sharkbait.
Yeah.
Just one skeleton. Captain Beastly Ben Siddons. That's one of the skeletons we just killed. That's pretty funny. I need a little bit more sail than that. That's better. After we've done these 2 missions, I might head off for a bit.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm gonna check on my dinner again.
Yep, and I will start exploring the island.
Sounds good.
Have the cannonball. A gift for you. Now this skeleton could spawn literally anywhere on this island. So I'm gonna have to do a lot of running.
A lot of running.
Aha. Yes. Yeah, it's a rowboat. Hello, skeleton. Mr. Skeleton, please attack. What was that? Oh, it's just good. Looked like a chest. Okay. I'm still trying to figure out which sub-island these skeletons will be spawning on.
Sub-island.
Well, I mean, it's a big island. Aha.
It's true. Found him.
Yep. Okay, I am on the eastern coast. Oh god! Run!
Eastern coast.
Yep.
It's the other side of the island.
Yep. That's where they spawned. Oh, I died. Rip.
You spawned yet?
Respawning now.
I have no idea which coast I'm heading for, so...
Just keep coasting the edges. Just keep coasting the coast.
Uh-huh. Coasting the coast in progress.
Mm-hmm. I didn't mean to jump off, but fine.
Stop here.
Keep going. Should be around here, though. You can raise the sail. I think. Yep, this is the east. Oh, skeletons! They all despawned. Your food has returned.
Found your skeletons.
Oh
A
yeah?
little bit further around.
Yeah, I was trying to run away from them. Oh, actually think I hit him that time.
Skeleton with a barrel. 2 skeletons with barrels.
I missed the barrel? At least you got the barrel.
Got it. And I got that commendation.
I'm gonna... Nice! Commendations are very good. I will get back on the island so they can shoot me. Captain has spawned.
Excellent.
Yeah, he's got a gun.
Less excellent.
He's gonna kill me with said gun.
Shooting. Captain, but you know. Missed.
Alright, I'll shoot the captain a bit.
Not even sure which one is the captain, to be honest.
He's the one at the back of the line with the gun.
Okay, that actually helps.
I'm just glad he's standing in the water.
I got him. Yep.
Yep, you got him. I've almost finished off his lackeys.
Cool. Probably don't even need to. Final chapter. Oh. Two more islands. Thunder Valley. Discovery Ridge.
There and there. Where's the other one we needed to go to? No, they're not far. Shiver Retreat, that was the one that was really far away. Do we even have Shiv... Huh?
Oh, it was marked on the previous ship. This is a new ship, remember?
Ah, yeah. Yeah, no, let's go straight to these two.
Sounds good.
So, northwest.
Sorry, I'm just eating at the current moment.
Yeah, no worries. Okie dokie, let's drop this sail and sail away.
Get the hell out of here.
Onwards! Against the wind! Once again.
As always.
Oh, I should probably eat some bananas here. Oh, actually, I should be able to.
You've worked it out.
Let's make our ship spooky. Look at it. It's a good color, right?
Did you do it to all of them? Yeah.
Oh, we're turning a little too much. We want that big one right there. Not the fort. Not the fort!
Just finished my food.
Dark Ninja, depends on the jokes, really. If you're not attempting to offend anyone, probably not.
Friend just sent us a picture, like in our group chat. The students sent them an email saying that they've taken home the wrong musical instrument. They've taken home some other kids.
No, no.
And which would be fine if it was a mouthpiece instrument, but it is.
Jeez.
I think we're here.
Yeah, we are. I'm thinking of aiming for the beach at least. We could go for the beach on the right, actually.
Do you want me to drop the sail?
Should be fine.
You hear my cat?
Yes, of course I can.
You little shit thing.
Dark Ninja, that's definitely different. The important question is, did you come up with it yourself or did you steal it from somewhere else? The Green Lanterns are not as fun at during the day. Dark Ninja, I have no idea who that is. So your joke falls on deaf ears. That's just chickens. Okay. I will jump onto the island and see what I can...
Yep. Fucker.
I didn't realize there was a cannon just sitting here.
Last time we were here. Yeah, remember this happened last time?
I don't remember parking in front of a cannon.
Didn't realise my bucket was full, so I accidentally put water into the ship.
I do that pretty often. Steven at Steven's Spoils, some luxurious cloth.
That.
Dark Ninja, it's facing the wrong way. That sounded like water streaming into the ship, but it's not. That's weird. So, Dark Ninja, am I right in assuming that you're not here really to chat, just to see if your jokes are funny? Because you've come to the wrong place. What is this? Barrels and stuff.
Found skellies yet?
No. Just gonna run for a bit and see what I get. Ooh, ammo chest. It's pretty dark in here. Okay, another crate of luxurious cloth, this time for Plunder Outpost? Yeah, Plunder Out. Found another crate of luxurious cloth, but no skellies. Dark Ninja, you know, firstly, you asked. Secondly, you're not a bot. Bots tend to get banned much faster. Because a bot can jump to 50 channels at once and message each of them. You're doing this by hand. You're not gonna beat any world records that way. Yeah. I bring cloth. I may have wet it slightly.
You've wet it slightly. What do you mean?
Well, it's got some patches.
The outpost. I don't know how far away that is.
I'll let you figure it out while I look for skellies. So the rule is you have to do it by hand.
Oh, there it is.
I wonder... I bet Twitch would probably...
Cove. It's not too far.
If you sent the same message to enough channels, Twitch would probably just go, hey, we'll mute this guy for a bit, but we won't ban him.
To be there by a specific date?
No, just whenever we're ready.
Best kind.
Yeah. I don't know where else I can look for these skellies, so I'm gonna run along this coast. I mean, if it's anything like Reddit, then you'll never know that people can't see your messages. People will just ignore you. An auto mod would probably automatically start deleting all of your messages anyway. So then that ruins your... your stats. Hey, one rule. You're not allowed to talk negatively about cats. As a cat owner. I forbid it. See, the other trick here, Dark Ninja, is... I've slowed you down.
Stephen Spoils is...
It'd be one of those tiny ones.
Yeah, they don't show up on the map though, do they?
They do. You just have to zoom in a bit more. I used to own a rabbit. Okay, I think I have some music of skeletons maybe spawning. The music picked up, but I'm not hearing any skeletons.
It's questionable.
I'm just gonna keep running. So the other trick, Dark Ninja, would be if a channel is not receptive to the joke, then to keep the world record going, you'd have to move on to the next one. I got nothing.
Nothing? I don't know, man. I don't know.
I'll just keep running. I did see a cave. I might try and go in there.
Probably where they are.
Probably. Yep, we were right. It's too dark in here, I can't see anything. Oh god. Oh god. Nope. Rip. See ya, Dark Ninja. We were right, they were in the cave and I died.
Gonna need help?
I will first need to respawn and then we will figure out where I was. Okay, so I need to jump into this cannon. No, actually, I need ammo. It's on the other side of the island, though, so...
So do you want me to follow?
Yeah.
Like a definite yes, or...?
Yeah, so what might help, actually, is if you get the ship to the north-northwest corner of the island.
Northwest. Okay.
Because there's like a tiny...
Move the map.
Narrow cave that runs through the north. And comes out in the north-northwest.
Northwest. I see that beach.
Ow! It's so dark in here. Come on. I need to try and lure them out of the... Oh, and it's raining.
There's a storm coming.
Well, the problem is, these skeletons are the green ones, where water heals them, and it's raining.
Oh.
No, I died again. You should be able to spot them on the beach.
Coming around slowly.
Alright, I'm respawning now. Did you spot them? Yep, this beach right here. I'm gonna grab these.
I'm gonna have to drop the anchor because of the storm.
Yep. Sounds good to me.
For me, so you're just a skeleton. Or it's a skeleton fighting a skeleton.
Really? That's weird.
Yep. Still haven't loaded.
Oh, he's still got his gun. I'm out of bananas.
Ooh.
There we go. Jeez.
Skeleton.
Oh, God.
Skeletons around you.
Nah. I tabbed out for a split second and it killed me. Respawning now again. Where are you?
I'm on the island.
Okay. Oh yeah, I see your name now. Might be a good idea to bucket out some water from the ship as well. I heard them spawn there.
Possibly.
Well, storm.
I'm gonna do that now before I die.
Yep. Skeleton really wanted you dead.
We're not that full.
I do like that they're now spawning out in the open instead of in the very dark cave.
Yes, but they're the green ones again.
Yep. Oh, jeez.
Oh.
Yeah, that guy. Oh, you know what happened? One of the other skeletons, which has a gun, shot the barrel.
Oh.
Oh, I'm gonna die again. Yep. There we go. This is rough. Jeez.
Motherfucker.
I know. It's very rude. The lightning actually left a mark in the sand.
Didn't spawned. Ah, barrel! Shoot the barrel! Shoot the barrel!
I don't see the barrel. It's too dark. Oh, I see the captain though.
I'm gonna shoot the barrel.
We will have to repair the ship.
So I'm going down. I'm going down. continue killing them, I'll bail out.
Okay. Oh, it's another captain with a gun. Oh, yeah. He'll do that.
7 o'clock.
Yeah, time flies when you're having fun. It's also an easy way to get hungry. I missed that one.
Oh, let me spawn! There we go.
I'm pushing him out of the water. Because he's regenerating and it's not fair. There we go.
You're disgraced.
Deceitful. As in, this game is being very deceitful.
A disgraced. Graced bounty skull.
Huh. It showed up as deceitful on my screen.
It's graced on mine.
Oh, that's right.
Go on, remember?
Yep.
Should be that island straight across, yeah?
Yep.
I would not have put any sail down just yet.
How about now? There were no holes, it's fine. Your cat really wants attention.
It does. But you said there were no holes.
There was a tiny one on the back.
Oh. And we have waterlogged luxurious cloth.
That would be because it was raining.
And a skeleton ship. We're gonna have to take on. We want to keep everything.
Yeah. Alright, this is gonna suck.
Only repair holes that are below the waterline, so they're just spewing in water. And we have 28 cannonballs. 48, sorry.
I've also got 10 on my in my inventory.
So here we go. I got a few good hits, so.
Yeah. Well, I'm also gonna try and not crash into this island, so.
Yeah, that's good too.
Oh jeez, I have been pushed off the ship.
Chap.
I will wait for a mermaid.
Oh, we got hit with an anchor ball. You know, that's fun.
Yeah, I don't get the appeal of the cursed cannonballs. I'm swimming over now. Or should I get on their ship?
Sail down. Come on. It's about to ram us.
Yeah, I see that.
Fucker. Are you on their ship or you're on my ship?
I'm on their ship. Oh god! Blunderbuss.
Ah, fuckers.
I killed their captain. I'm probably about to die too. No, I've fallen off their ship.
You say you killed their captain?
I killed their captain, yes. He didn't drop in anything.
Cool.
Oh, I missed. I do not see a mermaid.
Fuck off. Fucking thing. I fell off as well.
They crashed into a rock, I think.
They did,
Yeah,
yes.
I think they got themselves stuck.
This is the island that we want to be on.
Yeah. They're still shooting cannons though. And I don't have a mermaid.
I don't have one either yet.
Okay, I've got a mermaid.
Do not.
I'm just hoping I get back before. Oh, we're good, okay. Oh, you're there. Hello. So which holes did you say we should patch? Yeah, they're actually stuck. I can hear you now.
What do you want to do about this ship?
Well, it's stuck now, so as long as we're in a position where they can't hit us, they can't do anything.
Yeah. So there's a shipwreck behind us.
Oh, really?
Say that would be within its range.
I mean, we could dump a couple gunpowder barrels under their ship and blow them up.
Get any treasure for defeating it?
No, he didn't drop anything, but there were some things on the ship that I could get. I think that last one actually missed the ship.
I think this is where we need to be for skeletons anyway.
Yep, and we have a ruby, I'm gonna stop using cannonballs because we have a ruby mermaid as well.
Oh,
Well,
we
this
won't
is
have enough
interesting.
cannonballs for it.
Oh, right, I will patch our ship though. Before I leave. Try not to dislodge their ship.
Yeah. Occur to me.
Sorry?
Or twice. It did occur to me once or twice. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna get the ruby thing though. I don't have enough cannonballs.
We've got 20... 40.
Not sure it will be enough, but sure.
Oh, they can see me. What I might do is run on and start stealing their treasure.
Sounds good.
It sounds like their ship is about to... They might have shot you.
Found anything on the ship?
Yeah, I'm grabbing the 2 bits of treasure I found earlier. Ooh, one of them is hanging off their ship. That's a weird spot to be standing. Oh, I found an explosive barrel.
Oh, we can use that. Despawned.
Oh, the ship did? Yep, we won.
Go and put it near the mermaid.
Will do.
Or like me, put it on the mermaid.
It won't let me pick this up. That's weird.
Disgraced bounty skull just sitting here.
Just the one?
Yeah.
Oh, and a marauder's chest. The gunpowder barrel I found, I think is just part of the island. We can't actually pick it up.
Okay. Heaps of stuff.
Yep, skeleton captain's chest. This will get us a lot of money.
It just considered us having defeated it.
Basically, it was touching the water, and we had created enough holes in the hull that the water was still seeping in slightly. So eventually it damaged the ship enough that it despawned.
So now we just have to find these skeletons are. We're all good. What do you want to do first? Do you want to kill the mermaid, or do you want to find the skeletons?
I'd say kill the mermaid. I'm gonna try getting this gunpowder barrel again. Oh, there's another one. Okay, this one I can pick up. Good.
I'm gonna grab a few more. Does it matter how many detonate at the same time?
I don't know.
You detonate 10, does it do 10 times the damage, or does it only do 1 damage?
I would assume it does 10 times the damage. I would hope it does 10 times
We
the
may as
damage.
well just use all our gunpowder barrels.
Yeah, we can do that.
Grab a I don't know, mind. I like your style there.
Yeah, I can't pick this up. I know that if I shot at it, this would explode, but I can't pick it up.
Take on a piece of treasure every time you go on.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
Gonna put all of them around it, or just a couple?
I don't know. How many do you want to do? All of them?
There's only one left after this.
Alright.
You risked it to drop.
I stood far enough away from the ladder that I thought, it'll be fine. This should be very, very good.
Gonna make a big bang, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Where's the skeleton captain's chest? I've never seen one. Oh, it's cool.
Yeah. It's an attractive chest.
How much is this? How much is it worth?
I don't remember. I think it's 1,000 or 2,000. At least.
That's still pretty good.
Yeah.
We'll grab this last barrel. You just want to keep loading on.
Yeah.
It's gonna make a very big bang. You've got the crocs.
Yep.
Put it on the top deck.
So that whoever tries to steal from us grabs that first.
It'd be the hardest chest to steal, I reckon.
Yep.
Castaways.
So how are we doing this?
I'll just shoot it with the cannon. So I'll just keep aiming until I hit it and everything explodes. And you just keep shooting it with the rifle, like you normally would.
Okay. How's that for rotation? Good?
It's good.
I'll wait until you hit it at least once.
Hit it?
No. Little more. There you go. You got it in one shot, you're fine. Yep. I guess that answers that question, doesn't it?
Anticipated? Yeah. So 5 gunpowder barrels will do it. We know that.
Yep. Good to know.
Right. Off you go looking for skeletons, I guess.
Yeah. And you know what? I'll dump what I've got in my inventory
Just
as
tell me
well.
where you are and I'll bring the ship round.
Will do. Because we're a bit low on bananas.
Because you keep eating them.
Yes.
Keep eating them.
But I'm hungry.
I reckon I'll take... Is there a rowboat nearby? I might get in the rowboat and go to the shipwreck over there. How's that sound?
Yeah, if you want. Go for it.
It was a secondary rowboat. I reckon that'd be entertaining to take a rowboat away from you and just...
Yeah, it's just on this side of the island.
No.
Would you like a peculiar relic?
You can have it.
Okay.
Can't see the shipwreck for some reason.
I can see it. Yeah, I can definitely still see it.
This is a peculiar quest I've sent myself on.
Yeah.
Now I know how you feel when I died that one time and you were in the rowboat with all the treasure and just rowing somewhere.
Yeah, that was fun.
Almost there. Just skellies yet?
No. Might try the beach. Found a pig crate. And a cave with a captain's chest.
Nice. Wreck of the damned Hydra.
Spooky.
Nothing in the captain's quarters.
Yeah, the captain's quarters almost never has anything. I have seen things in there occasionally, so I check in there first every time anyway.
Oh, there's a crying chest.
Oh, lovely. Well, the good news is the rowboat doesn't sink.
Yes, but our boat does, and I'm not sure, even if this one hasn't been attached to our ship, whether it will consider it part of it, remember?
It does. If you put the...
Yeah, so I'm not going to put it in my rowboat until you're on the ship to at least confirm if it's crying or not. No? Hear it, but I can't see it.
I found a emerald, what's it called? Emerald mermaid.
Easy. They're easy to kill.
Yeah. Especially with my collection of bananas.
get snagged on stuff.
Yeah.
Here's Chest of Sorrow. Back on our ship.
I am not currently on our ship. No.
That's alright. I won't put the chest on yet.
Oh, you mean when they're detached?
Yeah.
They're not treated as one when it's detached, as far as I know.
And remember that time we sunk our ship because it did? Oh, he says. I remember now. Grab some air.
Alright, I'm on the ship. Now what?
Nothing yet. Did you find any skeletons?
No. I would assume as that rowboat has never been attached to this boat and we have an existing rowboat already attached, then it should be fine.
Yeah, that's what I would think, but I just wanted to be sure because we've actually got a bit of stuff now. If we had one chest, it'd be like, oh well, whatever.
This is true.
Alright, but I'm getting in the rowboat now. I'm gonna head back towards the island.
Let me know when it starts crying.
Okay.
I saw the rowboat floating for a bit. I don't see it anymore.
Bang. Trying to track me.
Yeah, I don't see you at all though.
I can't see you, so that would make sense.
Hmm.
Yeah, I'm on top of a wave now.
Oh yeah, I see you.
Crying.
There is no water on the ship.
Nice.
You see the ship, by the way?
I can see it.
Cool. Just making sure. I'm gonna go look for this skeleton. Again.
sounds good.
But I'm gonna guess he's on the other side of the island. I'm gonna climb the rocks. Oh, almost got myself stuck.
Where's me skull? Grab me skull. Don't want to put the chest on the ship just yet.
Yeah, no. Keep it on the rowboat. The rowboat that's not attached to the ship, because apparently that's fine.
Wasn't that one time?
Yeah. My guess is it's because it's never been attached before, and that there's an existing one. I don't know which of those matters more, but apparently at least one of them does.
Yes.
Might be both.
Oh no, does that mean we have to do another one?
Nah, I won't be able to because my dinner's ready, so as soon as we're heading away from this island, I'm gonna go see what it is.
Okay. Thought you'd be eating by now.
So I wanted to find these damn skeletons, which I've now found. They have red bandanas and they're up top. If you look towards the island, at the very top of the mountain, you should be able to see me. Do you see me?
Where am I looking?
At the very top of the rocks. Fighting skeletons on the ledge.
Can't see ya.
Oh god. That guy was strong. Yeah, I don't see you on our ship either, so... Oh, gunpowder barrel.
I didn't even see that.
It hasn't exploded yet. Oh god, this is gonna suck.
Storm behind you. Sounds like it.
Oh god, they've both got guns. Ugh! One of them's got a blunderbuss.
Your struggle quest is entertaining.
Oh, is it now? Oh, I found the captain. but I accidentally opened Chrome while alt-tabbing out to take a screenshot, and now my frame rate's all wonky.
Yeah, I sort of lost your voice for a second there as well.
The good news is...
A pig crate. Chicken cage.
Oh, jeez. Yep, that killed me. I thought I'd take a shortcut, and instead I fell too far.
It's alright, I'll grab it.
Did you see where I died?
I think so. Did find a skull, but...
Yeah, if you saw a skull on the beach, then that's mine. That's the one I died with. Oh, I was peeking there slightly, that's nice.
We still need the chest of sorrows.
Yep. Brad Shaw, welcome to the order, thanks for the follow. Hope your day's going well. Did you just leave it on the other rowboat, or...?
No, it's on the rock. We put all the other shit.
Ah, okay. Well,
There's a lot of skulls.
Yep. So, Plunder Outpost is the closest. I just heard a V-line go past.
V-line? Train?
Yes. Actually, it might not be a V-line. It might be one of those really long ones that have a lot of stuff on them. That just go on forever.
Freight trains.
Yes, those ones.
Big trains. Yes.
Yes.
Done. You're heading in the right direction? I'm just gonna wait down here for him to cry.
Okay, I will start heading in the right direction. I'm glad to hear it, Brad. We are just finishing up. While we head towards the outpost, I will quickly do a rundown of what we've got. Lots of chests, including a skeleton captain's chest and a regular captain's chest. Some rare tea, a bunch of skulls, a ruby mermaid gem and an emerald mermaid gem. And a castaway chest just on its own over here. Oh, that's a good Brad Shaw provides a very good point. What we could do is, if one person holds the... what is it called? The chest of sorrow, and hangs off the side ladder, apparently that won't fill up the boat. I don't know if this is true. I've never tested this theory. Oh, and we've also got some waterlogged cloth up here, and a chest of 1,000 grogs. Uh-oh. I think my mouse... Oh, okay. Uh-oh. That's not good. This is really not good. It kicked me out. I was wondering why he was just standing there. Uh-oh, he lost connection too. This is bad. Well, rip all our treasure then. He lost connection too. We're screwed. Goodbye all that treasure. I can't join his... Look, oh. That doesn't show in display capture either. That sucks. We had so much stuff. That's brutal. What if I start a new game? Would that send me back into the ship? It was his ship though, so... And it still says he's sailing the seas. So it's like his server counterpart is still there, but the client disconnected. I'm just wondering if I reconnect quickly enough if it'll think that he's still in the game. Which is not the case because I can't actually join off him. So it won't be on the same instance, which means bye-bye treasure. Yeah. Yep, nada. Alright. That sucks. Well, we both DC'd at the exact same time. We're both in different parts of Victoria. No, that's fine. We were gonna end off here anyway. I appreciate it, though. I'm gonna go grab dinner. Thank you for joining me for the stream today. No streams planned, but I do want to experiment with some green screen stuff over the weekend. So I might stream something then. Maybe some Overwatch, because I need to get more arcade loot boxes. We'll see. Might be more of this, because I'm getting a couple friends to buy, or at least buy Game Pass to play. Other than that, enjoy the rest of your day, and I'll see you guys next time. Bye-bye! Taj510, thanks for the host. I really appreciate it, but you caught me right at the end. I'm sorry. I will raid someone else to pass everyone on. I will quickly check who is streaming. Yeah, really bad timing. Not a lot of people live at the moment. I appreciate it a lot though. Okay, we'll raid Fang. To do that, I need to click some buttons. I have too many tabs.